Today is Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. This is the 10th meeting of 2026 and the 62nd meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by the Reverend Dr. John Faison Sr., pastor of Watson Grove Baptist Church. He is the guest of District 17 Council Member Terry Vo. Welcome, Pastor Faison. You are recognized.
Shall we bow? God, we thank you for the blessings of an amazing city. By your goodness and grace, Nashville strives to remain forward-focused and prosperous. You've given us people, creeds, ethnicities, faiths, and expressions of all kinds. That diversity is the secret sauce of our success. And for that, we are grateful. You've given us the incredible blessing of potential. There's so much ahead of us, and so much we still can yet become. Not because of our goodness, but because of yours. And for that, we're grateful. Now, as we engage in the people's work, in the people's house, we ask that you keep your hands upon us. Bless our leadership with the wisdom to lead well, the steadiness to handle the weight of their assignment, and the compassion to help make Nashville a place of belonging for every expression of humanity that exists. Bless our elected officials, our government, our community leaders, and all of our citizens. Please keep before us those who are often overlooked. Remind us that budgets are moral documents and that they reveal our true priorities every time. Help us make Nashville a place of opportunity for those in this chamber, as well as the unhoused who sleep outside, just steps from this chamber. Allow justice and fairness to be seen from one public square to every penthouse and to every public housing complex. In every discussion, give us the courage to choose inconvenient truth over comfortable lies. Let our choices be governed by the public good, not private dollars nor personal greed. Give us the sensitivity to see the needs of all Nashvillians as an invitation from you to participate in your creative genius. Be with us today and forever. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, you may be seated quietly so, please. We have a whole lot of folks here. We're glad to see it. Let's try to be as quiet as possible. Thank you, Reverend Faison. Okay, welcome council and community members. Happy Pride Month, everyone, and happy Immigrant Heritage Month and Caribbean American Heritage Month. Thank you to Immigrant Caucus of the Metro Council Chair Vo for organizing an awareness event on the steps of the historic courthouse. Thank you to the caucus. This afternoon to highlight the contributions of immigrants and refugees to Nashville's cultural, civic, and economic vitality. Thank you to Councilmember Gadd and Moms Demand Action of Tennessee for organizing Council's Wear Orange effort today. June 6th is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and this is Wear Orange Weekend coming up this weekend with a variety of activations to remind us that some 47,000 Americans die by gun violence every year, which is nearly 130 lives lost per day, and those losses impact families, friends, and communities deeply and broadly. The United States has a gun homicide rate 26 times higher than that of our peer nations. This should not be our nation's normal. Public safety and justice departments represent 22% of Metro's budget, and community safety in all its many diverse forms will no doubt be something the public will be speaking to us about this evening, along with education, which represents 37% of the budget. For detailed information about the operating budget, the city's revenues and expenditures, and the budgeting process in general, we encourage all Nashvillians to give a look to the Citizen's Guide to the Budget online at nashville.gov. We have some elections and confirmations, a brief public comment period for non-budget agenda items, and a proposed amendment to our rules of procedure to address before we get to the budget public hearing. I will provide you with more specific information about the conduct of that hearing at that time, so let's move right into our agenda. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to please record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes of the meeting of May 19th, 2026? All right, is there a second? All right, there's a motion properly seconded. Without objection, and seeing no one seeking to be recognized for a change to the minutes? All right, the minutes of the meeting of May 19th are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Have one election this evening to fill 2 vacancies on the Transportation Licensing Commission, with terms expiring April 30th of 2028. As there are only 2 nominees for those 2 spots, without objection, we can proceed by acclamation. The nominees for these 2 vacancies are Erica Penley, nominated by Councilmember Spain and members and Mr. Prepty, and Annie Claver, nominated by Councilmember Coopin. Is there any objection to proceeding by acclamation? Okay. Seeing no objection, all right. All in favor of the Ms. Penley and Ms. Claver, please say aye. All right. Council has elected Erica Penley. And if y'all are with us this evening, do please stand. And Annie Claver. If you're with us, I don't believe they are, but we express our appreciation to them, and we will keep rolling right into our appointees and nominees. So congratulations. All right, Section F of our agenda, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons who were scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee for an interview this evening. Referrals back to the committee will be by rule as part of the council's 2-meeting process for elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda. Chair Cash, as brief a report as possible, please, sir. No vote totals necessary, simply the names of those interviewed and for which board, commission, committee, or entity. And if a person is in the appointment and confirmation process and was unable to attend your committee this evening, at what meeting they will next appear, or if they were withdrawn. Go ahead, Chair.
First, for the Central Business Improvement District Board appointment, Christopher Carlson, we deferred 1 meeting. Central Business Improvement District Board appointment of Patrick Hamilton was withdrawn. Contract and Compliance Board reappointment of Fabian Bedney. For the Hospital Authority, reappointment of Alfonso Harvey. For the Hospital Authority, reappointment of Dr. Raymond Martin, that was withdrawn. And then for social services, S. Will Acuff was a 1-meeting deferral. And for the Social Services Commission, appointment of Mandy Spears was approved.
Okay. All right. Next, Chair Cash, you're recognized again for your committee report on the appointees in the 2nd step of your committee's 2-meeting process, this time with vote totals and a consolidated motion for the confirmation of those persons, or first for a deferral motion, if there are any. Go ahead, sir.
Fire and Building Code Appeals Board reappointment of Ilke Hanloser, approved 6-0. Fire and Building Code Appeals Board reappointment of Tim Pro, for a term expiring July 19, 2030, approved 6-0. For the Board of Health, a reappointment of Dr. Jeffrey Stovall for a term expiring July 9, 2031, approved 6-0-0. And the Traffic and Parking Commission, appointment of Tom Sturdivant for a term expiring April 3rd, 2031, approved 6-0-0. And I move approval.
All right. There is a motion to confirm these four appointees in a consolidated motion. Is there a second? Okay. Does anyone wish to remove an item from this consolidated motion for purposes of an individual abstention or a no vote? All right. Seeing none. All in favor of these confirmations, please say aye. All right. Council has confirmed these appointees and reappointees. Two are confirmed appointees. If you chose to return to the council chamber this evening, which is not required, do please stand as I call your names. Council has confirmed the reappointment of Ilke Hanloser to the Fire and Building Codes Appeal Board. Council has confirmed the reappointment of Tim Pro, also to the Fire and Building Code Appeals Board. And then council has confirmed the reappointment to the Board of Health of Dr. Jeffrey G. Stovall. And lastly, council has confirmed the appointment of Tom Sturdivant to the Traffic and Parking Commission. Welcome, sir, and thank you. Thank you to you all, whether in our chamber or watching from home. We appreciate your willingness to serve. Thank you. All right, section H of our agenda is the public comment period. Again, these are for agenda items other than the budget. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak during public comment may sign up at a table outside the council chamber from 5 to 6 p.m. on the day of a council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. All right, our first three folks, I'll kind of read the first three, invite you to come forward, and then we will have 7 total folks for public comment. First is Chloe Donegan, followed by Michael Lacey and Kelly Chang. Chloe Donegan is speaking on agenda item 37. This is ordinance 1391 regarding data centers in opposition. Go ahead. You are recognized.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Donegan. I am a 19-year-old resident of the Rutherford County of the greater Nashville area. I have come to express concerns and urge to limit more on proposed AI data centers in Nashville due to the economic and societal harm that they cause. Only 3% of Earth's water is fresh water, and only 0.5% of all of that is drinkable. These data centers tap into the community's drinkable water supply and use up to 5 million gallons of water per day, which equates to a community of 50,000 people. Only 80% of this used water ends up evaporating into the air, and the other 20%, or 1 million gallons, is pushed into local processing plants. These plants are already at maximum capacity due to having such a booming economy around Nashville and the surrounding areas, and the rest of that will become immense environmental runoff. This water will contain corrosive inhibitors such as nitrates and BZT, which is used in antifreeze. Industrial biocides such as chlorine dioxide, bromine, and sodium hypochlorite, which is literally industrial bleach, and toxic heavy metals such as chromium, nickel, copper, and zinc. If this is not enough to see that we are doing some, but we need to protect Nashvillians more, these centers are also corrosive and toxic to the air that we breathe. Industrial-sized diesel-powered backup generators spew DPM, or diesel particulate matter, into the air, which is a chemical cause of lung cancer, heart attacks, and respiratory inflammation. Not to mention nitrogen oxides joining together and creating a ground-level ozone and smog, which triggers underlying asthma and lung function decreases, specifically in children, from 50 milliliters to 150 milliliters of reduction in their childhood. I respect the current attempts to restrict. However, that is simply not enough to protect, and I hope that you can see the dangers that loom above us. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, all right. We are so glad you are here. I just want to convey, we are not going to clap after speakers, whether in public comment or public hearing, because if we allow the clap time, the diminution of clap time, then the next person, like, we're going to be here for many hours together. Looking forward to it. But please, no extended clapping. Thank you. Mr. Lacey is next. He is speaking on agenda item 13. This is resolution 2026 in support. Go ahead.
The item that I'm speaking on has to do with salaries for police and firefighters. And I'm bringing that up not in a dissimilar context when it comes to AI data centers, because what you're going to hear about with maybe some future comments and from news articles and likely lawsuits filed over the implementation of a drone surveillance program that's currently happening is you are seeing disproportionately, in fact, a completely disproportionate ratio of drones going to non-white districts versus actual non-white districts versus ones that have a majority white population. But I want to talk about not just the civil liberties aspect of this, but the fact that in industries as wide as you can imagine, there's a concept of training your own replacement. We're seeing that it's not just people in tech, it's not just people who write music for a living, it's not just people who do marketing for a living. We're seeing even law enforcement have its jobs being taken from them by the AI-powered corporate mass surveillance. What we're seeing with these drone programs are not just civil liberties issues. These are people training this technology to replace them. And even if people feel like that they are contributing to what Larry Ellison describes as his vision for a society, which is one where everything is being constantly recorded, even if you're contributing to that vision, you're still subject to the same market forces that are looking to replace you in your workplace with AI technology. So while terms like force multiplier are used, but with the hundreds of millions of dollars of marketing that is being sold this technology, I really want there's a lot of union workers here, and I want to remind our police force and our firefighters that they too are a union and that they're a budget line that people will look to cut using AI.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Ching. Kelly will be followed by Manon Hall and Shani Glapion and Miriam Alba-Fazli, if you want to go ahead and come forward. Kelly speaking on agenda item 37. This is BL 2026-1391 regarding data centers in support. Go ahead.
Hi. My comment is going to be a little bit of a combination of the last two. So I think Chloe did a great job covering some of the environmental and health impacts of data centers, but what I hope everyone understands, and if not, you will. Data centers are also the back end of mass surveillance. We don't need data centers to use our phones, to email, or watch Netflix, as tech companies have been pushing. We need data centers to save our retina scans and our license plates and all of the places that we go that are constantly tracked by giant corporations who profit off us as a product and then sell it back to us. So while I am very concerned about the environmental impacts of data centers and the environmental racism that we've seen in Memphis with XAI, and I have major concerns about a data center being built at Fisk in the midst of a historically Black neighborhood, I think we all also need to zoom out and understand that we are building these data centers which are increasing our electric bills and taking our water and polluting our environment, and there's noise pollution and all these things too, but we are also building our own cages, and a lot of it is done with taxpayer dollars and subsidies, and so that is why you are seeing data centers be the #1 most uniting issue across the political spectrum in this country. 71%, as far as a recent Gallup poll, of people across the political spectrum are opposed to data centers. Our next elections, the biggest issues are going to be data centers and mass surveillance. And I'm telling you all that because everyone in this room largely understands those risks, but it does not seem like our elected officials have caught up. So for those of you who are in favor of mass surveillance, I would suggest if you want to keep your seats, you got to catch up to public opinion. And with this illegally implemented drone program, there is a ton of pushback, and there will be more conversation and possibly lawsuits around how it's been implemented.
Thank you. Next is Manon Hall speaking on agenda item 6, resolution 1963 in opposition. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. So once again, people using our local dollars for private policing. This is an extension of a lot of what they've already talked about, handing our money and our values to corporations when they don't have our local values in mind. I'm gonna say once again, I know many of y'all, I think being confident in the fact that we are not using our tax dollars to hire racial profilers is incredibly important to me. We chose as a city to act on the driving while black study. We've chosen to make better decisions with our public safety dollars and with our public safety actions. And approving a budget that we know is going to pay for private police that work for THP, that they won't say if they have racially profiled. That's incredibly concerning to me. And I hope, the confidence that they can't give you an answer and that's good enough when, that's dozens of employees that participated in the ICE raids last year that racially profiled against Nashvillians, against our neighbors. And we're confident that none of them are going to be paid with our local tax dollars to be downtown. Well, there are lots of people, lots of immigrants downtown, lots of people that have experienced violence from these agencies. And I'm going to end that I hope that y'all take y'all's role seriously when it comes to surveillance technology and demand a public hearing for the ongoing surveillance trial with these drones. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shani Glapion, speaking also on agenda item 6, resolution 1963 in opposition. She'll be followed by Miriam Albafasley. And then lastly, welcome to come forward, Trina Hewell as well. Go ahead, Ms. Glapion.
How y'all doing? Y'all look very engaged. I appreciate that. I'm requesting this body confirm reporting compliance from Alliance Bernstein before approving its $541,500 economic incentive in this year's budget. Companies have made many promises, but we need to ensure that they are honoring those before issuing out public dollars. It's imperative that council ensures the public interest is being served as we sit here in the gallery here and fight for crumbs like the Hunger Games. So y'all have a good one. See y'all in a bit.
Thank you. Next is Miriam Albafasley speaking on agenda item 37. This is ordinance 1391 regarding data centers in support of 1391. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. It's good to see you again. I'm going to duck out here soon, but you know what I want for housing, so please do that. But I want to just speak on data centers. I assume this is something we all agree on. We don't want dirty water. We don't want to be coughing when we walk outside. We don't want to hear that noise that apparently is just really loud with data centers. We don't want our electricity bills to go through the roof. We don't want to invest in something or have others invest in something in our city that we actually know nothing about in terms of long-term impact. So in case some of us do, because we think like we need some sort of revenue from businesses or some deal or something like that. I have compassion for your desire to bring revenue to the city. I'm begging you and asking you to stop that for right now and regulate this data center technology that's coming here that has already really, really harmed a lot of people just environmentally. And it's going to be real, and we got to put these boundaries on it, but we've also got to figure out how they're going to work in order to make us safe. So I would ask you to just look at the regulation, keep the distances, keep the environmental regulations on it, be forward thinking in this, because otherwise we don't even know what this looks like in 5 to 10 years. We just know what it looks like in 2 to 3 years, and it's looking really ugly for a lot of cities. Nashville's doing all right. I know we're all pinching pennies here, but it's doing all right, and we don't need to sell to the data centers. We don't know how long this little trend is going to last, but we do know that the impact is really bad for us as human beings. So please, I'm asking you to really think twice about this. I appreciate it. And fund housing. Love y'all. Bye.
Thank you. All right. Lastly, for public comment is Trina Hewell. Trina, I see agenda item 6 here, but I also see resolution 2006, which is regarding the pay plan. Are you speaking regarding the pay plan? No, you're speaking regarding the CBID?
Yep.
Okay, agenda item 6, that is resolution 1963 in opposition. Please go ahead.
All right. Yeah, good evening. My name's Trina. I live in District 6. I'm here tonight to oppose item 6. 2026-1963. Today we are hearing a lot about law and order to justify the Central Business Improvement District budget. But as Mike Lacey pointed out today, true law and order is the discipline of binding power to publicly known rules. What is being assembled by the Nashville Downtown Partnership is the exact opposite. Their contracts are confidential and their security operations lack public oversight. This isn't an isolated incident. It's a systemic pattern of Metro bypassing this body to deploy unaccountable law enforcement. Just last week, on May 26th, MMPD launched a secret, unapproved drone surveillance trial centered over Madison. Under Metro ordinance, tracking tech requires a public hearing and council approval. They skipped both. Even worse, data shows 100% of those trial flights targeted working-class neighborhoods with below-average white populations, exposing the city to massive civil rights liability. From unauthorized sky surveillance to corporate-backed ground patrols, Metro is trying to operate a secret city within our city. Look at the NDP's actual track record. They operate the library parking garage. Because of negligent oversight in their own managed space, they caused a catastrophic 9-month shutdown of our main public library, destroying the single most vital, safe sanctuary left for our unhoused neighbors. And tonight, they want millions in tax surcharges to expand their footprint and deploy private, unaccountable policing to aggressively sweep away the exact community they helped displace. Do not reward secret drone programs, confidential contracts, and operational negligence. Reject this corporate annexation of our streets. Vote no on 2026-1963. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our public comment period. Next is agenda section I regarding a amendment to a rule of procedure. This is an amendment to Rule 46 regarding the scheduling of council meetings offered by Councilmember Prep-T. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report.
For the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, Chair Cash.
We voted on Councilmember Prep-T's substitute, 6 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting. And then we voted on the substituted rule change, 6 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you. It's back to you, Mr. Prep-T, for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move approval.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move approval of the substitute with a brief comment.
All right, there's a motion to substitute. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Colleagues, so this proposed rule change, effectively what it would have done is it would have canceled the second meeting in August and the first meeting in September, providing us with an opportunity to be more embedded within our communities, to do a lot of the work that we do outside of this council chamber without the pressures of our legislative schedule. However, what this substitute does is it pairs that back and simply just cancels the first meeting in September, still providing us with that legislative respite for us to be able to be embedded in our communities and continue doing a lot of the work that we do outside of this chamber, because as we know, the majority of work that we do is not what happens in this chamber. And so this substitute is a result of some pretty robust conversation that we had within the Rules Committee last meeting whenever we were contemplating this. But that's what this substitute does. Is it just cancels that first meeting in September, providing us with a brief respite to be able to do a lot more of the things that we do outside of this council chamber. So with that, I renew my motion and appreciate y'all's consideration.
All right. There is a motion to substitute. It's properly seconded. You've heard a description by the sponsor. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing none, this is first on the motion to substitute. All in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Okay. The substitute is on the rule. If you would renew your motion, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move approval as substituted.
All right. Is there a second? All right. So there's a motion to approve this rule of procedure as substituted, such that the first Tuesday in September would no longer be a meeting of the council, and effectively the third Tuesday in September would operate as the first and only meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Prepty?
That is correct, Madam Vice
Purposes
Mayor.
of zoning, public hearings, and so forth. Okay. All right. Is there any discussion on this motion to adopt this rule of procedure as substituted? All right. Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, there were some complications with nominations and public notices with that extended period of not meeting. Is that resolved with moving to the only missing one meeting in terms of things that would default to being approved because we had gone so long without meeting, or having a difficulty making the public notice for public hearings?
Would you like me to address that to special counsel or the sponsor?
I believe special counsel probably
Okay,
would be.
special counsel Wilson, you're recognized.
Council member, in this case, one deferral would be allowed for appointments in with only the cancellation of one meeting. I would want to defer to planning for anything on particularly with notices, but I see they're not here.
All right.
Oh, you can give me one moment.
Sponsor Prep T, while special counsel reviews that analysis, would you like to respond in the meantime? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So with regard, I think Councilmember Allen is asking sort of there are two components to this question. The first one related to appointments made by the mayor for boards and commissions. So the original analysis of this bill or of this rule change, with it having been 2 meetings previously, was that it would have a negative impact on those appointments in the sense that we wouldn't be able to defer them at all without them becoming an indefinite deferral. With the rule change as substituted, no longer canceling that August meeting, that no longer becomes one of the pressures because it would still permit for deferrals within that time frame. Then with regard to the schedule for public hearings and with planning, give me one moment. I might have some helpful insight into that.
Sponsor Prep T, special counsel has that answer now. If may I'm going to put it back over to him.
By all means, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Council members, at this point, if essentially anything that you would want to hear on an October public hearing would need to be filed by the second meeting in August. If something was filed for the third meeting of the third Tuesday of November, it would not receive a public hearing until the first meeting in November. I'm sorry, did I say that correctly?
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
And so we
Ms.
just
Allen?
need to plan ahead and be aware of that change and how the rhythm works at that time if we approve this.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
All right. Yes, Mr. Prep, you recognize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So with regard to the scheduling for planning bills in particular, so I was provided a chart that provides us with, which I would be more than happy to share with the council office to be able to be disseminated to colleagues. But for application, so for the May 13th application deadline for zoning bills, it would go to the Planning Commission, so it wouldn't affect a shift of it going to the Planning Commission or of its intro. What it would do is it would shift the public hearing for bills, for zoning bills that were originally filed on May 13th, moving that from, moving the council public hearing second reading from September 1st to September 15th, and it would shift third reading from September 15th to October 6th. And so I can, again, so that's just one example of what that shift would look like. It still allows for those bills to be considered, but it simply shifts that timeline. And again, I'm more than happy to share this with the council office so it can be disseminated to colleagues.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this proposed change to the rules as substituted? All right, so we're going to move to our vote. This requires 27 votes of members. And Special Counsel, how many do we have in the room? We have 30 in the room. So in an abundance of caution, I am going to put this on the board. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, would you please show the vote? That board is not correct, Mr. Clerk. Is that so? Okay, this, colleagues, so the screen, what you're seeing at home, Special Counsel, can you please clarify that a amendment to our rule of procedure does in fact require 27 votes total. That was 23 votes in the affirmative. Mr. Clerk, do you seek to display the vote again for purposes of the record, or do you want me to put it to Special Counsel to clarify? Okay, so Special Counsel, I'm going to recognize you, please, sir. And Mr. Clerk, could you just, could you call the vote as you saw it? I saw 23 in favor, but I did not see the number against, sir.
23 in favor, 7 against.
Okay, 23 in favor, 7 against. Special Counsel, if you would clarify, given the discrepancy on the board, please, sir.
Yes, Vice Mayor, to quote Rule 53 of the Rules of Procedure, in part, none of the standing rules of procedure shall be amended or repealed except by 27 affirmative votes.
All right, and only 23 votes having been achieved, that proposal has failed at this time. Members can offer amendments to our Rules of Procedure throughout the term. All right, next we are going to move into our bills on public hearing, Section J. All right, now first, just for some general information regarding public hearings. Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter this evening and assisting with our budget public hearing if you should have any questions. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help? Go ahead, ma'am.
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública. Gracias.
All right, gracias. We appreciate you. All right, now again, generally, for those wishing to speak this evening as part of public hearings, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, your connection to what you have chosen to speak about, or who your council member is. All right, Now for some budget hearing specific information. Again, welcome everyone. We look forward to hearing from you. And unlike, as we shared earlier, a time-limited public comment period that we have on every council agenda, and in February for our pre-budget public comment period, this is a public hearing required by the charter, and it is not time-limited. Thus, all members wishing to speak, all members of the community here present, will be heard. Your seating position within the gallery does not confer any priority. And as I know, you are all conscientious folks. I'm sure you will be on the lookout, whether for seniors or parents with children. I saw somebody with a baby and a baby Bjorn just a minute ago. And so be conscientious as you organize amongst yourselves. We are going to move really peacefully and intentionally this evening. And to facilitate that, we will have no more than 10 persons waiting in line to speak at one time. Okay? And we will monitor and maintain that limit. Everyone may speak for up to 2 minutes. You do not have to speak for the entirety of the time. Speaking will not be organized into for or against, as is typical at public hearings. All persons will line up together. After the first group of 10 steps forward to the podium to line up, folks can join the line, whether individually or in small groups of 5. Okay? Only when the line has 5 remaining persons is that the time to join the line. As we proceed, there should be no more than 10 people in a single file line behind the podium. 5 forward of the main door and 5 behind. Okay? We have fire marshal guidelines to follow, so the door may not be obstructed, and the gallery has a capacity number that cannot be exceeded. Council office team member Ms. Hayes-Shacklet is in blue. Rosie, would you please wave so that folks can see you? Everyone in the gallery can see Ms. Hayes-Shacklet. She will administer our line this evening. Please respect our staff. Okay, this can be a challenging evening. Folks have a lot of opinions and questions, understandably so, and we're all doing our best to be clear and fair in administering this public hearing. Lastly, you will see 3 budget-related hearing items on your agenda, and we recognize that the vast majority of folks are here intending to speak on agenda item 1, which is the operational budget. So while there are 3 separate ordinances as follows, agenda item 2 for the proposed tax levy and agenda item 3 for the capital improvements budget, the tax levy being what will fund the majority of the final budget, and the capital improvements budget being our kind of 5 to 6 year planning document for bond funded infrastructure. These must all technically have a separate public hearing per our charter. But that said, I will not stop someone for combining these interrelated budget matters as part of our operational budget hearing remarks in our first and primary hearing, okay? So now back on to agenda item 1, Ordinance BL 2026-1377, sponsor Toombs. This is, again, BL 2026-1377, a bill to be entitled the Budget Ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal year 2027. This is the mayor's proposed budget. Sponsor Toombs, Madam Chair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open for this matter. I ask that those folks who are wishing to speak move calmly, observe your colleagues, and I think we're at about 10. All right, so would those folks please sit down? Again, Ms. Hayes-Shacklet, whoever would like to come first to the podium, you're very welcome. 5 persons in front of the door, 5 persons behind. There should only be 10 persons in line. Okay? So just look over your shoulder. You're going to know it's time to consider whether you should get in line. Hey, folks, if everyone would please still listen to me, okay? This first go is going to be a little bit challenging, all right? So if you're seated and you're kind of considering, you know, I think I might like to get up right now. I'm talking to my peers that are next to me. I think we're going to move to do so. I ask you just to kind of look over your shoulder. What we usually have is folks just cramming in 20 deep, trying to turn the corner, go back behind, and adding one after one after one after one. That can become challenging. Any way we approach this, given our layout, is somewhat suboptimal, okay? But let's please do our best effort here. I see more than 10 persons standing at this juncture. And so I would ask, hang on just a minute for me. Ms. Hayes-Shacklett, are we good to go with 10 people standing in line? Nope. If you're at the back of the line, sit down. Count back to 10, Ms. Hayes-Shacklett. Ms. Hayes-Shacklett, will you show where 10 is, please, ma'am? All right. Okay, now everybody else can spread out and relax and have plenty of space. If you are in line behind the podium, would you please move to your left? Okay, over that way. Thank you. So we keep the area behind the podium clear. All right, thanks everybody for their patience. Here we go. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Hello, okay. My name is Carla Cristina Contreras, and I proudly serve as the Nashville local president of the Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. We are one of 25 locals representing the world's largest entertainment union, and our members are the voices, faces, and talent audiences know and love: singers, recording artists, actors, dancers, and more. The SAG-AFTRA Nashville local processes more union sound recording sessions with background vocalists than New York City and Los Angeles combined. That means the entertainment industry is not happening somewhere else. It is happening right here. These are not outsiders chasing a dream in another city. They are your constituents, your neighbors, the people raising families, supporting local businesses, and building careers right here in Middle Tennessee. Okay, I know this personally. I came here from Los Angeles in 1991 with nothing more than a 3-song demo cassette tape and a dream, just like thousands of artists still do today. What I found here was not only Music City, I found a thriving creative community of emerging filmmakers, industry that believed world-class art could be created right here at home. Today, I stand before you on behalf of 1,600 SAG-AFTRA members across our region who have chosen to build their lives here because they believe Nashville values the arts and the people who create it. And let me be clear, the entertainment industry is not a luxury, it is an economic engine. It creates jobs, drives tourism, supports restaurants, hotels, venues, crews, musicians, technicians, and countless small businesses. So today, I respectfully urge you to support and fund the Nashville Entertainment Commission. Thank you. Because investing in entertainment is investing in Nashvillians. Thank you.
Your time has concluded. Next, go ahead and come forward. You're recognized. Go ahead. Thank you. You're welcome to speak. Go ahead.
My name is Tracy Walden. I'm a support employee for Metro Nashville Public School. I have been employed with Metro Nashville Public School since 2012. I started off in nutrition services. I currently work as a paraprofessional. When I first started working for Metro, I noticed everybody was working a second job, and I was wondering why. But guess what? I found myself working a second job also because I wasn't getting paid enough to take care of my bills. My last 5 years in nutrition service, I was working in the last 5 years in nutrition service. I was working in the cafeteria all by myself. I asked for more money to get compensated for working in there by myself, but they did not compensate me. I stand before you today on behalf of support workers. I'm asking for us to be compensated for the days that we are off because there are so many days that we're off now without pay. I think nutrition services and paraprofessionals deserve a bonus like the bus drivers. Because if it wasn't for us, the children wouldn't be fed nor taught. With that being said, our jobs are just as important. I am asking to request to be considered a step raise, a better cost of living, and bonuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dr. Deontay Williams, and I'm a resident of Nashville. I stand before you today not only as an educated organizer and advocate, but as the son of a single Black mother whose story reflects the struggles of many working families. That's why I strongly support the $3 million Child Care Innovation and Family Stability Fund. Child care is often treated as a personal family issue, but it is one of the most pressing economic issues facing working families today. When affordable child care is unavailable, parents are forced to make impossible choices. Some leave the workplace entirely, others reduce their hours and turn down promotions or work multiple jobs with unstable schedules. In many cases, children are left in informal care arrangements because families simply cannot afford the cost of licensed child care. We know that the first 5 years of a child's life are amongst the most important years of cognitive, social, and emotional development. Early childhood education helps identify learning needs early, prepares students for economic success, and provides the foundations to a lifelong achievement. When we fail to invest in childcare, we are not only failing parents, we are limiting the potential of the next generation before they ever enter the classroom. Finally, I urge you tonight, as I ask you to invest in families, invest in children, invest in home ownership, and invest in neighborhoods that have carried Nashville forward. And if you need help in assisting you in figuring out how to get to the solutions, there are programs and organizations like the Equity Alliance, Stand Up Nashville, Turk, Civic Tennessee that has professionals that have been doing the work on the ground for years and years. And we're here and we are ready to do the work. So reach out and we'll do the work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Attilio Murga. I'm a public art project manager for Metro Arts. I also live in District 11. With over 26 years of experience and 7 years of service to this agency, I just have to say that's my feelings and opinions alone. I'm here to urge the council to support the immediate initiation of the search for a permanent executive director. While Metro Arts needs adequate funding, financial investment is only viable under new department and commission leadership. From my daily observations, our agency is structurally fractured. We suffer from a severe lack of transparency between leadership and staff, between commission leadership and its members, and between commission leadership and human resources. For over a year, HR has been fully prepared to launch an executive search. Unfortunately, the commission chair has repeatedly rejected these opportunities, which is what I feel, while misinforming its own commissioners that HR wasn't ready. While 5 other departments have began their ED searches this past year, Metro Arts has deliberately missed opportunities to move first. This gridlock directly wastes taxpayers' dollars and city resources. The distribution of grants suggests progress. The internal reality is one of ongoing instability. Arbitrary decision-making has replaced standard operation procedures. This toxic environment has led to 3 formal staff complaints from people of color, including my own, due to systemic and marginalization and discrimination. We are failing local artists, our public, and wasting public funds through administrative inefficiency. We are failing our local, I respectfully ask this body to please request a special session with HR leadership to review the extensive efforts to the start to this search. For the sake of our artists, our public, and our taxpayer dollars, and the integrity of Metro Arts, you must establish equitable and transparent hiring processes immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and come forward. You are our 5th speaker, Ms. Hayes Shacklett.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kashina Sparks. I'm a native of Nashville, a resident of District 32. I am a professional author and a housing investor. I'm here tonight to voice my support for Neighbor to Neighbor and their request for investment in Nashville's neighborhoods. Although I now live in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, I grew up in East Nashville as a part of a large family. I know firsthand what disinvestment looks like. I know what it feels like when neighborhoods are overlooked, when infrastructure is neglected, and when resources are scarce, and when residents feel disconnected from decisions that impact their lives daily. I also know what is possible when people and neighborhoods and communities receive investment, support, when they feel safe and have opportunities to thrive. No matter where we live today, many of us come from neighborhoods that help raise us, support us, and shape who we became. We have shared responsibility to ensure that today's residents have the same opportunity to live in a safe, healthy, and connected communities. What I appreciate about Neighbor to Neighbor is that they are not simply talking about neighborhoods, they are working alongside neighborhoods. Through neighborhood safety days, healing zones, resident leadership development, and Safe by Us community safety and design framework, they are creating opportunities for residents to participate in shaping safer, healthier, and more connected communities. This work is about dignity. It's about belonging and ensuring that residents have the tools and resources needed to build a stronger future. I respectfully ask you to support Neighbor to Neighbor's funding requests and continue investing in resident-led solutions that strengthen our neighborhoods, build trust, and create opportunities for communities across our city.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Shalania Ransom, and I'm a lifelong member of North Nashville, specifically Buena Vista neighborhood in District 2. I'm here tonight also in support of Neighbor to Neighbor's funding requests and the important work they are doing to strengthen neighborhoods across our city. As someone who has lived in North Nashville for many years, I have firsthand seen the impact of disinvestment, neglected infrastructure, rising costs, and the challenges families face simply trying to maintain safe and healthy communities. Too often, decisions are being made about our neighborhoods without the meaningful involvement of the people who actually live in there. What I appreciate about Neighbor to Neighbor is that they show up, and that is something that's really important. They listen, they build relationships, they help residents organize around issues that matter to us. They understand that neighborhood safety is more than about crime statistics. It is about whether our streets are safe to walk, whether our children have safe places to gather, whether our neighbors know one another, and that whether residents have a voice shaping their future of their communities. Through Neighbor to Neighbor Safety Days, their Safe by Us community safety and design framework, healing zones, Neighbor to Neighbor is also helping residents become a part of the solution. They are bringing communities together. Metro departments, public health professionals, the community leaders to address issues before they become crises. For nearly 30 years, Neighbor to Neighbor.
Thank you. Your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lydia, and I'm representing the branch of Nashville. We are a nonprofit serving Southeast Nashville. The branch is requesting funding that will go directly toward food purchasing through our wholesale partners. Last year, we were fortunate to receive funds for food purchasing. This year's request is higher due to many factors, the largest being that the demand for food assistance in Southeast Nashville continues to rise, while the food supply systems our pantry has traditionally relied on are becoming much less predictable. Over the past year, USDA-supported food access has declined due to federal cuts, and in-kind food donations from key partners have also decreased. Simultaneously, the families we serve continue to feel the pressure of rising grocery and gas costs and broader economic instability. In response, the branch has made a shift in the last year by establishing a dedicated budget line for the direct purchase of food. This allows us to ensure that we can consistently provide the items families need most, including fresh produce, meat, dairy, and staple goods. While we act as a community resource for Southeast Nashville through our several different programs, our food pantry remains the front door to much of our work. Each month, we serve more than 1,200 households with full carts of groceries valued at $350. We also distribute hundreds of emergency food boxes each month and provide home deliveries to older adults and individuals with disabilities who cannot access the pantry in person. However, the reality is that without additional funding dedicated to food purchasing, we will not be able to keep up at this scale. Our funding request for Metro would be instrumental in helping us continue to meet the food needs of our neighbors with consistency, dignity, and enough to truly support their households during challenging economic times. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lindsay Krinks. I live in 37208, and I'm the co-founder and director of advocacy at Open Table Nashville. Just before I came in, I was talking to some of the folks outside this building who sleep on the streets. They talked about being harassed every day and about their struggles to find housing in our city. We deserve to be treated with dignity, said my friend Shay, not like a piece of trash to be thrown out. These friends are building our city, and they're cleaning it, but they can't afford to live here. They're dying while our city funnels money to new stadiums and brokers shiny new development deals. We have to make the next few weeks count. We have an incredible opportunity right now to invest in infrastructure and programs that will make our city more equitable, affordable, and just for all Nashvillians. In terms of housing and vital services, we're asking you to fund the Contributor SOAR program at $350,000, to dedicate $30 million to the Barnes Fund and $9 million to the Eviction Right to Counsel program, to establish bond finance social housing with the $7 million from the revolving loan fund, and to dedicate $500,000 for specialized staff. Please listen to our friends at Launchpad and the villages at Glencliff too. In terms of true community safety, which comes from the presence of public goods, resources, and support, not police, we're asking you to fully fund REACH and expand downtown with a pilot. We're asking you to dedicate $250,000 to Red Frogs, the group providing non-police intervention and support downtown every weekend. And we're asking you to expand the Community Safety Fund to $13 million. I know that's a lot, but later tonight, we're also asking you to ensure that CBID funds can't be used for private security that employ THP officers who harass and cage our immigrant and unhoused neighbors. We see the long hours y'all are putting in and the creativity with which you're doing this budget, and we're very grateful. Please hear us and make this budget season count.
Thank you. Next, go ahead and come forward, please.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joshua Gaglio, and I live in Sylvan Park. I'm here to express support for two efforts that I believe go hand in hand: the proposed affordable housing loan program and the mayor's work to preserve Nashville's historic landmarks, specifically the Fairgrounds Speedway. Too often we frame growth as a choice between progress and preservation, but that's a false choice. Nashville has the ability, and I would argue the responsibility, to do both. The affordable housing loan program is a great example of how we can move forward thoughtfully. It gives us tools to expand housing access, support development, and address affordability in a meaningful way. At the same time, preserving historic places like the Fairgrounds Speedway protects something equally important: identity. The Speedway is not just a piece of land, it's a living part of Nashville's history and culture. It represents decades of community, tradition, and shared experience. Once something like that is gone, it cannot be replaced. But preserving it does not mean stopping growth. What it means is being intentional about where and how we grow. We do not need to sacrifice historic venues to create affordable housing. Nashville has opportunities, underutilized land, redevelopment corridors, and infill potential that could support housing development without erasing the place that defined who we are. Good planning allows us to align these priorities. We can invest in affordable housing through targeted programs like the one proposed, while also protecting landmarks that contribute to tourism, community pride, and cultural continuity. In fact, doing both straightens the city as a whole. A city that preserves its character while expanding opportunity is far more resilient and far more attractive than one that trades one for the other. So I want to commend the mayor for recognizing the value of preservation and for continuing efforts to protect the Fairgrounds Speedway. I want to encourage this body to fully support the affordable housing loan program as part of a broader strategy that balances growth with history. We don't have to choose between the future and the past. We could build a Nashville that honors both. So, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. Oh, y'all can do better than good evening. New here. It's the first time meeting y'all. I am Dr. James Pratt, Jr., Professor of Criminology, Law Enforcement, and Security Studies at Fisk University, and I direct the Justice Propulsion Lab there as well. Today, I speak only as a Nashville resident in support of Amendment 2, the proposed $3 million Child Care Innovation and Family Stability Fund. Today, I ask you, how are the children? And I hope everyone can respond, whether out loud or in your heart, that the children are well. So I ask, how are the children? And the children are well. Throughout my career, my research on violence on children and family has shown that when caregivers, teachers, and those who enforce the law lack understanding and emotional and material support, stress rises and harmful outcomes like violent attempts at discipline become more likely. Most parents are doing their best with limited time, resources, and help. We often hear, and many of you might have said, it takes a village to raise a child. Today, I am asking each of you to fund that village. Child care providers, after-school programs, family members, neighbors, and community organizations help keep children safe while parents work. I know this personally. Too, raised by a single mother, I benefited from a network of people who helped care for me when child care was costly, even in the 1990s. Giving gas money, supporting neighborhood cousins in Sheila Academy, she was and only able to do that work by having extra jobs. This fund helps stand in the gap and recognizes that when child care workers, families work, when child care works, family works, we all work. When it all falls apart, jobs, stability, and opportunities are in fact at risk. And to that end, I encourage each of you to readily see a future where the fruits of prioritizing extended hours, evening and weekend childcare, supporting existing providers, and expanding after-school summer programs allows for us to see a better future with brilliant, bright minds. So I hope you support Amendment 2 and the $3 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dave Pomeroy, 50-year Nashville resident and president of the Musicians Union. I'm speaking to express the extreme disappointment and shock of Nashville's music and film community at the mayor's decision to eliminate funding of the Nashville Entertainment Commission in this year's budget. Many esteemed members of our artistic and business community have served on the commission since its inception, all on a volunteer basis. It all began 4 years ago with various members of Metro governance fighting with each other to gain control of the process and has been a nightmare of governmental inefficiency. To be thrown under the bus after all this time and effort on the commission's part is incredibly disrespectful to the very same entities that generate billions of dollars for Nashville's economy. We request that the funding for the NEC be restored in the final budget. We've jumped through every hoop and obstacle presented to us, including waiting 3 months to add the phrase "and/or" to the job description. We collectively spent hundreds of hours developing bylaws, budgets, and narrowed hundreds of applications down to 2 finalists for a job that suddenly no longer exists. It is a mystery why the mayor would eliminate our funding before it was even spent. Nashville became Music City because of mutual respect between employers and creators. The purpose of the commission is to make the process of bringing more employers to Nashville versus other states and cities simpler and more efficient, which helps everyone. Does the music and entertainment business not bring enough money to Nashville for us to have a voice in Metro government? Despite being a right-to-work state, Nashville's done more union recording work than New York and LA combined. But we need your help to take it to the next level. If our own city government doesn't get it, where are we supposed to look for support for the work we are doing that benefits all Nashville? We urge you to fix this bad decision and restore funding for the commission. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Courtney Grable Nelson. I live in District 25, and I'm here tonight in support of investments in affordable housing and childcare. My husband and I are both Nashville natives and high school sweethearts. We grew up here, built our lives here, and some of our fondest childhood memories were made right here in Nashville. We spent weekends at the Adventure Science Center, went on family and school trips to the Nashville Zoo, back when we had elephants, and enjoyed all the things that make Nashville such a special place to grow up, and eventually fell in love and started a family of our own here. In December, we welcomed our wonderful son, Elliot. He was a wonderful surprise, and like many young families, his arrival made us think carefully about our future and what it takes to raise a child in this city. Affordable housing and affordable childcare, they're not just policy issues for us. They're what make it possible for families like ours to stay in Nashville, put down roots, and build a future here. Because of the mayor's initiatives, we're hopeful about the future of our family. These investments help keep the American dream alive here in Nashville. The idea that working families can afford a home, raise their children in a supportive community, and create opportunities for the next generation. We're excited to raise Elliot in the city that gave us so many wonderful memories. We hope he'll get the experience to have the same joy and sense of possibility that Nashville gave us, and that one day he'll look back at his childhood here with the same love and gratitude that we do. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Charlene Culbertson of District 31. First, let's set the scene. Inflation in the U.S. is 3.8%, so the offer of a 1.7% COLA is frankly insulting. Now, I'm aware that the city contributes more to the MNPS budget than the state does, but that's its own issue, especially with the vouchers. But Mayor O'Connell is out here talking about a cash incentive for the $121 billion company Starbucks. Weird that cash is found for that, but not our schools. And since the city agreed to the new stadium, now we have the Super Bowl on the horizon. Where are the sidewalks? Where's the public transportation? Where are the benefits for the residents working long hours and multiple jobs to stay in their hometown? Oh, they're dodging potholes and traffic as they move to a more affordable life outside of the tourist-run city that's completely lost the plot. My ask as a multi-generational Nashvilleian and an MNPS teacher is this. Show us some respect with a real COLA increase that matches inflation and some social services that benefit the taxpayers of Nashville and not the fans of Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Julie Morehouse, and I am a resident of District 32. I just finished my 10th year teaching in Metro. I'm also an MNPS alum. I'm here to speak in favor of a higher COLA for all MNPS workers. 1.7% is nowhere near enough, especially when our benefits are increasing 8% this year. That means that many folks will end up taking a pay cut this year instead of having a pay raise that matches inflation. As you heard Charlene say, inflation is at 3.8% right now, and that's like conservative national estimates. So our COLA should at least be that, or as approaching that as we can get. As inflation continues to rise and living in Nashville becomes more and more expensive, less educators will be able to live and work here. This means less qualified educators here serving our students. This council needs to show Nashville students and families that they are valued. A big way to do that is to pay teachers enough to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mike Montgomery. I'm a commissioner on the Nashville Entertainment Commission. And my son is a teacher in Metro Public Schools, and I agree with everything they just said. It has taken almost 3 years, with 15 commissioners having 28 full commission meetings and probably twice that number in ad hoc committee meetings to arrive at this point. We did our job, and we created a framework for the Nashville Entertainment Commission, a place where music, film, television, and all other creative mediums could live, overseen by a single executive director who, armed with all the information about our entertainment industry, could help recruit entertainment projects to Nashville and Davidson County specifically. The laws were written, budgets were set, a job description was defined, and a search was conducted. Each commissioner examined well over 100 resumes. We identified 6 candidates to interview in person. From that, we put forth 2 excellent candidates for the mayor to interview. And then it all came to a halt. We're not sure exactly why. But I am here to humbly ask for your support in helping us get this project across the finish line and create a new economic engine for the people of Davidson County. Memphis has its own film office now for over 20 years. Knoxville has its own entertainment commission for 10, and both have been very successful in recruiting business. In fact, Nashville might be the only city of our size with our entertainment infrastructure that is already in place that does not have its own commission. You know, at the risk of throwing
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Your time is
Thank you.
concluded. Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Will Connolly, and I'm the executive director of The Contributor. I live in zip code 37221. Tomorrow morning, while many of us are getting ready for work, there will be people waking up outside in Nashville who are living with significant disabilities, chronic health conditions, and no reliable income. Some of them will spend part of their day in the emergency department at Nashville General Hospital. Some will spend it simply trying to survive, and many of them qualify for help. The tragedy is not that these benefits do not exist. The tragedy is that the people who need them most are often the least equipped to navigate the system required to receive them. For the past 2 years, The Contributor has partnered with the emergency department at Nashville General Hospital and with Vanderbilt University Medical Center to identify patients experiencing homelessness and help them access disability benefits, healthcare, income, and ultimately housing. Through our SOAR program, we meet people at one of the most difficult moments in their lives. We help connect them to benefits they have already earned and create a pathway toward greater stability and recovery. Tonight, I'm asking for your support for the $350,000 funding request that would allow this work to continue in the emergency department at Nashville General Hospital. This investment has already generated more than $669,000 in annual disability income, more than $487,000 in back pay awards, and health care coverage for people who otherwise would have gone without it. The estimated one-year value generated through this work exceeds $1.3 million. I know there are many worthy requests before you tonight, including investments in housing, mental health, eviction prevention, and other efforts that strengthen our community, and I'm grateful to live in a city where so many people are advocating for solutions to some of our most difficult challenges. And I'm grateful for you all, 7 of you all especially, for including it on your wish lists. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. And y'all can go ahead and come on forward as well, please. Keep to the left and kind of come on forward. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Meade Forsyth. I am the Executive Vice President of SEIU Local 205. Thank you so much. That's new since I addressed y'all last formally, I believe. I represent approximately 4,000 workers across the state, both public and private sector. I'm also a Nashville Public Library worker. I'm a Metro worker. I work at the Luby Branch Library under Councilmember Toombs. I grew up in District 15, Councilmember Gregg's district, and that's also where I'm from, and that's where my parents live still. And I really love living where I'm from. It's great for me. I get to help my cousins raise their baby. It's been a real delight. We're bringing up the next generation and they get to come see me at the library. And everybody wants to know when they find out I work at the library about our programming, about the puppet shows, about the story times for the kids. And I always get to tell them, and it's a real delight for me. I feel like I've won the career lottery, right? And I know not every job can be my job, but I do think that all Metro workers deserve to feel that pride and dignity in their work. And I don't think this can be achieved through gestures and written recognition, but I think the only way to really create this culture of municipal pride is to adequately fund the resources that municipality provides. I think we must fund Nashville General Hospital. We also should have a cost of living adjustments for all Metro workers, and I do think the public schools need to be addressed. We should consider granting them bonuses for the days off that aren't on a calendar, or maybe give them more days on calendar so that they can afford to live. As a library worker, I know that people's health has a direct effect on my day-to-day job and my safety. And when we unevenly fund city structures, it creates this unnecessary strain on the system. We need to stop doing that. Equal funding across the board. Fund everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening.
My name is Darkenya Waller, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of the Legal Aid Society of Middle Tennessee and the Cumberlands. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Eviction Right to Counsel program, but before I dive into that, I'd be remiss in my role as an advocate if I did not just speak to briefly the process for this today. As I sit in the gallery and experience the opportunity to address our council, I'm disturbed by the fact that there are seniors, there are folks with disability, there are folks with children, there are folks who don't speak the language well, who are vying for an opportunity to get in this line, and it is the strongest, the fittest who are getting there first. I think there should be a better process. I can't advocate for anything else if I don't advocate for the people who are right here, right now. There's got to be a better way to consider those people. And I just hope that you all will take the time to consider what that is so that we can have a more orderly and fair process for those who can't jockey for the position. Like a coworker who just gets stuff done, the Eviction Right to Counsel program is working daily to move the needle on affordable housing in Nashville. We ensure that our most vulnerable neighbors are not being pushed out with the explanation that this is just the cost of progress. There are dignified and respectful ways to do this, which do not include allowing mold to grow in an apartment until someone is forced to move, or sending an immediate notice of eviction to a tenant who clearly has months left on a valid lease. While this is true that the Eviction Right to Counsel program helps to balance the playing field between the 99% of landlords with representation in court and the 1% of tenants who do not have an attorney when they walk into the court, the Eviction Right to Counsel program also works to ensure landlords receive the rent they deserve. Please support the program at $9.3 million.
Thank you, and thank you for your feedback as well. Go ahead and come forward.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sally Woodard, and I am an almost 9-year employee of Nashville General Hospital. I work in the Patient Access Department as a pre-registration representative. And I help patients gain access to healthcare services every day. And many of the individuals that we serve already face significant barriers to care. Nashville General Hospital, we exist to help bridge those gaps. This year, y'all, something really powerful happened during the city budget discussions. Metro employees across various departments stood in solidarity with Nashville General Hospital by taking a back seat and not requesting additional funding so that the focus could remain on fully funding Nashville General Hospital. That sacrifice shows how deeply people understand the importance of this hospital. The workers at Nashville General Hospital continue doing everything possible to care for the community despite increasing healthcare costs, staffing challenges, and financial uncertainty year after year. We're not asking for luxury. We're only asking for fairness. We are asking for the city to fully invest in the hospital that serves its most vulnerable residents. A fully funded budget means continued patient care, stronger staffing, employee retention, and raises for hardworking employees who have dedicated themselves to serving Nashville. The city charter recognizes the responsibility to care for the indigent population. We are asking the city to fully honor that responsibility. Please fully fund Nashville General Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Brenda Gordon, and I've worked at Nashville General Hospital for 7 years. I'm currently working at the Bordeaux Clinic as a clinic coordinator, and I stand before you tonight, not just an employee, but as someone who sees firsthand what the hospital means to our community every day. At Nashville General Hospital, we care for the people who often have nowhere to turn. We care for working families, seniors, uninsured patients, and the indigent population that has city committed to serve under this charter. This is not just this is not just a number on a budget sheet. These are human beings who depend on us to survive, dignity, and hope. Every year, healthcare costs continue to rise. Supplies cost more, staffing costs more. The demand for care now continues to grow. Yet every year we find ourselves fighting for the funding necessary to simply operate and continue to serve this city. This is not sustainable. Our employees work tirelessly despite staffing shortages, burnout, and financial uncertainty because we believe in the mission of this hospital. But believing in the mission should not mean sacrificing fair wages or asking employees to continuously work more for less. A fully funded budget is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Fully funding Nashville General Hospital budget request means protecting access to care for vulnerable citizens. It means investing the healthcare workers who keep this hospital running. It means allowing employees to receive the raises they deserve after dedicating themselves to this city year after year. We are asking you tonight to stand with us, stand with the patients, stand with the workers, stand with the mission of General Hospital. Lastly, we are grateful for the solidarity shown.
Your time has expired. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Miss Honey. My babies call me Miss Honey, and I work for MMPS Schools. But I'm standing today to say I stand for a solidarity budget. I'm not advocating for myself today. I'm advocating for General Hospital, even though I'm broke and all my babies know I'm broke. 1.75% is not enough. But our sisters and brothers at General Hospital, which my students go to, have not been made whole. We need to make them whole. Y'all know y'all have not done right by MMPS schools. We're not even gonna go down there. I done talked to y'all for 26 years about that. But today is General Hospital. I go to General Hospital. My babies, by and large, for MMPS, go to General Hospital. So MMPS schools is standing behind General Hospital. Fully fund General Hospital. We are advocating for a cost of living adjustment. Mainly, we want them to be whole. They need doctors, they need nurses, we need support staff. SEIU needs to be represented fully and wholly. They serve the city. If you want great health care, you can go there too. Some of y'all do go, we've seen y'all there. So if you go there and you know it's excellent health care, give them the money they need. These are your fellow co-workers, people that live in the city with you. They have to put food on the table as well. So when they show up for work and take care of patients and people who are sleeping on the streets, because you're not funding that either, then make sure that they can do that with a smile on their face. MMPS Schools stands behind General Hospital. Raises, fully funded, more than 1.75%. I can't even believe I'm saying that. But that's where we stand. We want to know that we stand lockstep with General Hospital.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I'm Howard Allen. First of all, I just want to say I'm a Nashvilleian, born and raised, homegrown. I have a grassroots organization called the Nashville Homeless Underground and part of the Poor People's Campaign. I'm standing here in solidarity tonight with People's Budget Coalition. I want to talk about housing, and I want to talk about social housing. Out of the $25 million budget, I want to talk about $500,000. And I want to talk to a good associate of mine. This is to the Honorable Thomas Frederick O'Connell and to you council members. We need land to be able to do this social housing of $500,000. And I want you to be able to do it right because I'm demanding it. And what it's going to consist of is permanent housing, affordable, publicly owned, community controlled, and hopefully housing for all. I mean, maybe we might can get low-income housing too. But this is what I want, and I'm challenging you. Don't take all day about deciding whether or not you're going to give us the land. Give us the land because we're demanding it. And please do it before the Super Bowl because you can do it. and then I can go to a social housing apartment and look at the Super Bowl. And then you can tell them the Olympics are coming or the World's Fair, but do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Michelle, and I'm a Davidson County District 2 resident and a social worker for the National Hispanic Bar Association Eviction Right to Counsel. Today, I'm here to ask you to support increased funding for the ERTC program at $9.3 million. In 2025, a fiscal impact study found that for every dollar invested in ERTC, Nashville saw a return of $4.18. Last year alone, the coalition provided legal services to more than 1,000 Nashvillians and achieved client goals in nearly 95% of cases. As part of the coalition, National Hispanic Bar Association provides culturally competent legal services to all qualifying residents, including immigrant and Latinx tenants that would otherwise face eviction alone. NHBA has already assisted more than 1,500 clients, delivered over $1.2 million in direct value to families, and has been able to provide comprehensive wraparound services through our interdisciplinary teams. In Davidson County, eviction filings continue to rise, yet funding has remained essentially flat for the past 3 years. The mayor's proposed budget of $2.4 million does not account for inflation or growing community need. Coalition organizations are already stretching limited resources. NHBA alone supplements ERTC funding with substantial non-metro support just to sustain current services and allow for additional social work support. Increased funding would allow us to expand outreach, provide more multilingual legal education, increase representation, and help more families stay housed before a crisis occurs. Eviction is not just a housing issue, it's a justice issue, a public health issue, and an economic issue. Stable housing creates stronger families and safer communities. Please support increased funding for Eviction Right to Counsel and continue investing in a program that we know changes lives and saves taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Ellie Campbell, a Nashville resident from District 14. I work as a paralegal with the Eviction Right to Counsel program at the Nashville Hispanic Bar Association. Our program provides free legal representation to renters facing eviction in Davidson County. We have helped hundreds of Nashville families remain housed. Beyond the human impact, this is a fiscally responsible investment. Keeping families housed prevents the downstream costs of shelters, emergency services, and displacement that fall back on the city. Eviction Right to Counsel program is one of the many critical housing tools this city depends on, and we hope all of them can be adequately supported. We are asking the council to fund the Eviction Right to Counsel program at $9.3 million so we can continue serving the Nashville renters that need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Faith Klein, and I serve as the Civil Mediation Director at Nashville Conflict Resolution Center. Thank you for your continued support of the Eviction Right to Counsel program. Since ERTC began funding in 2023, NCRC has provided mediation services to 836 landlords and tenants. Of those cases, 82% resulted in voluntary agreements, and 2/3 of those cases avoided court judgments altogether through mediation. At the heart of every eviction case are real people with real needs. Landlords need to remain financially stable and tenants need to stay housed. Too often, courts feel like the only option, yet many disputes can be resolved through a guided conversation with a neutral mediator, allowing both parties to be heard and to develop solutions that work for everyone involved. Mediation creates better outcomes. It can help landlords avoid the costs of delayed associated court proceedings while helping tenants avoid long-term consequences of an eviction judgment that can make future housing difficult to secure. For 3 years, funding for this program has remained largely unchanged despite inflation and rising eviction filings. As demand increases, the capacity for legal representation, rental assistance, and mediation has not kept pace. Tonight, our coalition is requesting $9.3 million for Eviction Right to Counsel program. The funding level Stout's independent evaluations determined is needed for full implementation. NCRC's share of this investment would enable us to provide every eligible landlord and tenant access to compassionate dispute resolution before their case reaches the courtroom. We respectfully ask for your support of this funding increase to $9.3 million to close the justice gap and strengthen housing stability in Davidson County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Welcome. You may want to pull that mic down towards you. There you go.
You hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
my name is Grace Brady. I reside in District 21, and I am supporting funding for the Barnes Fund. As Nashville has grown, it was touted as the IT city, and much of that concept is still true. With growth comes many challenges, one of them being housing its new residents along with the residents who are already in place. I live in a sector called North Nashville, a sector that received less attention than many other parts of the city as developments were generated. My congregation at Clark Memorial United Methodist Church took note of this challenge in our neighborhood to acquire affordable housing and the lesser notice given it by the other challenges. Working with the affordable housing arm of NOAA, we researched the need and determined to do our own part to meet that challenge. The result was the opening of 6 affordable homes in August of 2025. Because the Barnes Fund was the initial and a significant part of that funding. Research has shown that Nashville has a deficit of at least 20,000 units in affordable housing. So it begs the question, does it make for reasonable public policy to reduce the Barnes Fund, which has helped our project and many others to achieve affordable housing for its residents who live on minimum wages or barely above it? There's also research that shows that even our service workers, like police and early responders, who support our city and make it safe for all of us, must live outside of the city because they don't have a place to live, which also increases our public safety and health risk. I beg the council to consider and please fully fund the Barnes Fund for the $30 million that is being asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. I'm Irene Boyd from Council District 24, and I am also a member of the NOAA Affordable Housing Task Force. We know that the Barnes Fund is the city's most effective tool for affordable housing, and we are glad that our mayor included $22 million for Barnes in his budget. However, I'm here today to urge you to add another $8 million to the fund, which would match the Unified Housing Strategy's call for $30 million to be funded annually. Since nonprofit developers can leverage $9 for every $1 from Barnes, this would unlock $300 million more in housing investment. The positive impact of the Barnes Fund the positive impact the Barnes Fund has had on the recipients of this fund and in our city should be celebrated and continued, not diminished. What could be more important in a person's life, in a city's reputation, than their housing? I'm a person who is a Catholic and have spent all my life being exposed and challenged by both charity and social justice teaching of my church. I worked with the Catholic Diocese here in Nashville, where I was very involved with social justice activities and with the teaching of social justice. I also was an organizer with Tying Nashville Together, TNT. All of this and more have taught me and led me to care about and work for justice. So now I want to end with a quote from my favorite Pope, Francis, who said this about housing, quote, "Let me be clear, there is no social or moral justification, no justification whatsoever for the lack of housing," end quote, and thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. You may want to pull that mic up. Yeah. Thank you.
One of the things about being told. I'm Mike Hodge, District 31, John Rutherford's district. I'm a member of Edge Hill United Methodist Church and the NOAA Affordable Housing Task Force. You've heard us speak many times about the Barnes Fund because it remains the most effective tool we've got for creating affordable housing. Metro's Unified Housing Strategy says Nashville must create 2,000 truly affordable homes every year. just to keep up with the need. It also calls for investing $30 million annually in the Barnes Fund. Mayor O'Connell's budget includes $22 million, but that's $8 million short of the goal. And because every Barnes dollar leverages roughly 10 more from other sources, that shortfall means as much as $80 million in affordable housing investments getting left on the table. Some council members are also proposing now to reduce that funding even further. Tonight, though, I really want you to hear the voice of Reverend Bill Barnes, the namesake of this fund and longtime pastor of Edge Hill United Methodist Church. He spent years advocating for affordable housing and for the creation of this fund. He died in 2017. But in 2015, after the Barnes Fund was established, he thanked this council right here. And he said, it's a remarkable beginning of a process. It is the beginning. It needs a source of resilient funding, recurring funding, and that'll happen, I'm sure. That was 11 years ago. Today in 2026, we still do not have the dedicated recurring funding Reverend Barnes envisioned. But we do have a choice. We can continue treating affordable housing as a beginning, or we can take the next step and fully fund the Barnes Fund at $30 million this year. I believe Reverend Barnes would thank you once again, not for starting the work, but for finishing what you began.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Esther Kenem. I'm a nurse, in triage nurse in Nashville General Hospital. I have proudly served the hospital for 7 years. As a nurse, we see firsthand growing healthcare needs in this city. We see patients arrive every day who are uninsured, underinsured, sick, frightened, and in need of compassionate health care. Nashville General Hospital continues to serve them because that is our mission, and because this city has a responsibility to take care of its indigenous persons. But caring for people requires investment. We know that. This year, many of our fellow Metro employees showed incredible solidarity by not pushing for additional funding, request of their own, because they understand that Nashville General Hospital needs to be prioritized. They recognize that this hospital is essential to the health and well-being of Nashville. That sacrifice should not be overlooked. NGH employees have continually carrying the burden year after year, while healthcare costs rise and staff challenges continues to grow. Nurses, frontline staffs, and healthcare workers deserve fair raises and adequate support for the work we do every day. A fully funded budget request is about protecting patients' care, retaining employees, and ensuring that the hospital remains strong for future generations to come. We ask this council to recognize this importance of Nashville General Hospital and honor the solidarity of the Metro workers across the states. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name is Jeffrey Jackson, and I work for Environmental Services as a floor technician at Nashville General. People may not always see the work, EVS always behind the scenes, but maintaining clean and safe hospital environment is critical to patient care. Every employee at Nashville General plays a role in protecting the community. This year, Metro workers assist other departments, showing the solidarity by stepping back from requesting additional funding increases because they understood the Nashville General Hospital needed to be prioritized in this budget. That says a lot about respect and importance of the hospital. NGA serves the indigent population of Nashville and provides care to people who often have nowhere else to turn. Their mission is essential to this city. While healthcare costs continue rising every year, while employees continue being asked to do more with less. Workers at NGH deserve raises and reflect the dedication and sacrifices they make every day. Fully funded Nashville General Hospital is about more than numbers. It is about protecting healthcare, supporting employees, and honoring the city's responsibility to care for its people. We appreciate the solidarity shown by our fellow Metro workers, and tonight we ask this council to show same commitment by fully funding Nashville General Hospital. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. So for those of y'all in front of the door, you can go ahead and come forward to the podium and go ahead and come a little closer to the podium, please, and far to the left. Just a reminder, so there's going to be one person at the podium, 4 people in front of the door, and there should only be 5 people in line behind the door. I recognize we have some folks from our community groups that are trying to kind of organize when we put our next 5 people into line, but respectfully, it looks a little cluttered back there. I want you to please respect our staff. So when we're telling you, it looks like I can't be heard back there. Is that what you're saying? So again, there should be just 10 people in line, please. Please respect Ms. Hayes-Shacklett's direction. Short gray hair, blue jacket, our lovely staff member, please respect her guidance back there. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Zane Judd. I'm the project manager for our Eviction Right to Counsel program at Legal Aid. I'm often called the numbers guy, so I'm going to throw some numbers at y'all tonight. The first is $4.18. That's our return on investment for every dollar that this council has invested in our program. That means the $2.4 million that we've had in the past and what's been proposed here for this year would be a return of more than $8 million to the city of Nashville and other Nashvillians. ERTC has reduced costs across the social safety net in Nashville, from shelter maintenance to ER visits to keeping children and families in Nashville. Even further, the average return for each individual client was more than $12,000 per client served. And then the next number is 1,069. That's the number of households that received legal assistance from our attorneys and advocates in 2025. They are in court with our clients, providing important and vital legal advice and information. Our clients are already do this work. And with even more funding, perhaps $9.3 million, we can help even more people as our program is scalable. The next number here is 92%. That's the percentage of clients who achieve their goal of preventing an eviction judgment or involuntary move. 92% of our clients that didn't want an eviction judgment were successful in that goal. And we want to make sure that all of our clients achieve their goals. That's the first question we ask folks: what is your goal? And we do everything in our power to make sure they can achieve it. And while those are numbers, they're also people. They're our neighbors, our constituents, our friends that are seeking help, that all may have lost their housing if not for our program. We're extremely grateful for this council and our future with Metro Planning Department, and look forward to working with all of the initiatives in planning and through Metro Council to really create an affordable and livable housing environment here in Nashville. But demand continues to rise. Every month, there are about 1,200 evictions. Like I said, we helped 1,000 people last year. And with more money, we can make sure that we're helping every eligible person if we have $9.3 million to fully implement our program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and come on forward. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Sofia Scobey, and I am the Outreach Coordinator for the Eviction Right to Counsel program at Legal Aid Society of Middle Tennessee and the Cumberlands. I'm here today to speak in support of the continued funding for the Eviction Right to Counsel program. In my role, I see firsthand the impact this program has on Nashville residents facing housing instability. Through our courthouse outreach, I provide tenants with information about their rights and connect them with resources that can help them navigate the often complex and daunting eviction process. Many people are unaware of their protections available to them until they speak with somebody from our program. I also attend community events and conduct outreach through webinars and social media to ensure that tenants understand their rights before they find themselves in court. These efforts help build trust, increase access to legal information, and empower residents to make informed decisions about their housing. As eviction filings continue to rise, funding for this program remains critical. The Eviction Right to Counsel program helps keep people housed, promotes stability for families, and ensures that tenants have access to the support they need during a difficult and often overwhelming process. We hope to continue this important work and expand our ability to serve the community. Thank you for your time, consideration, and support.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Shannon Wagner, and I am the Executive Director of Nashville Conflict Resolution Center. For 25 years, NCRC has served Davidson County residents across every council district, helping people navigate conflict through mediation and collaborative problem solving. You'll hear from others about the impressive outcomes of the Eviction Right to Counsel program and the number of cases resolved through mediation. I would like to speak briefly about why those outcomes matter. Housing disputes are often treated solely as legal problems, but many begin as human problems: a medical crisis, a job loss, a family emergency, or a communication breakdown that escalates over time. When the only pathway available is a courtroom, opportunities for understanding and creative problem solving are often lost. Community mediation offers a different path. It gives landlords and tenants the opportunity to sit down with a trained, neutral third party and work towards solutions that reflect the realities of their lives. Payment plans, move-out timelines, property concerns, and communication issues can be addressed in ways that a court order cannot accomplish. What makes ERTC so effective is that it recognizes that access to justice requires more than legal representation. It is truly a coalition of partners and offers multiple pathways to resolution. Mediation is just one of those pathways, and it is an essential part of a healthy and responsive justice system. As Nashville continues to grow, we will face increasingly complex challenges around housing stability, access to services, and community well-being. Investing in ERTC is an investment in a more resilient city. We are grateful for your support of ERTC and respectfully ask you to increase, not at the expense of other housing initiatives, but as an investment in a program that is strengthening housing stability, expanding access to justice, and helping Nashville residents find solutions that work and stay in their homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. For those of you that are in front of the door, please don't linger by the wall. Just go ahead and come on forward. So come on forward to the podium, and the gentleman behind you can come on a little bit. Perfect. Over to the left. Great. Right, so we can get 4 people in front of the door. We don't want to crowd the people at the seat, but you can just line up right there. Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Woolley. I'm the Executive Director of Rooftop Nashville. We're the rent relief partner in the Eviction Right to Counsel. I am grateful the city is choosing to support keeping Nashvillians in housing through the Eviction Right to Counsel program. The people we serve are the backbone of our city. Rent relief as a part of ERTC looks like closing the gap for a single mother whose workers' comp ended before she was cleared to return to work, or the resident whose company was shut down by the state, and while the new job would cover the rent, it wouldn't cover legal fees. But it also looks like limiting clients to those whose hardship happened in the last 90 days, or to those who only owe 2 months' rent because funding is limited. 91% of clients receiving rent relief funding from ERTC remain housed at 12 months. This program works, and we hope to expand services. We're asking that you fully fund the program with $9.3 million. You are not alone in investing in the ERTC program. Each organization in the coalition allocates private funding to support ERTC. The most recent example was the winter storm docket. ERTC staff, civil court judges, court advocates, Metro Action Commission, and landlord attorneys came together to allow residents impacted by Winter Storm Fern time and resources to recover. Rooftop provided over $100,000 in community funding to support the docket. I hope when the report comes out that each of you takes the time to read it and understand that your significant investment has a ripple effect in this community. The backbone of our community deserves the support. I hope you'll help ERTC Coalition continue to grow by allocating $9.3 million in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Richard Poskanzer. I'm the general manager of the Virgin Hotel Nashville, located at 1 Music Square West in Midtown. I'm here this evening to provide support in favor of the Civic Design Center's proposal for community engagement regarding the Buddy Killen Circle renovation for $50,000. The Midtown neighborhood is growing at a rapid rate. Much of that growth is residential, which only builds upon a strong feeling of community as a key component that makes it such a desirable neighborhood for businesses, families, industries, and residents alike. The Buddy Killen Circle is the gateway to Midtown and the West End. As the neighborhood grows and traffic increases, there's a continued need for focus on safety and the flow of all traffic through the community. Whether for automobiles, bikers, joggers, local pedestrians, tourists, or people simply walking their pets, there is a need for improvement. Every day I drive from work, to and from work, passing through Buddy Killen Circle. The number of cars that do not or will not stop for pedestrians or joggers that are properly using the designated and labeled crosswalks is staggering. It's even more worrisome at night where visibility is limited. In certain areas, you can't even see the pedestrians approaching the circle. The proposal will also support a review of the intersection of Division Street, 17th Street, and Music Square West, just off the circle. Throughout the day, and even more frequently from 3 to 6 p.m., there are constant horns honking and brake screeching as drivers try to avoid accidents due to not knowing how to navigate the intersection. There are visibly issues with the no turn on red signs, and people are constantly turning right on red into oncoming traffic from 17th to Division Streets. From the other direction on Division Street, there are 3 lanes of traffic coming on the Buddy Killen Circle. The 2 left lanes are for left turn only onto Music Square West, and the right lane is to continue on Division Street. However, there's 4 traffic lights. This confusion of this intersection impacts the flow of Buddy Killen Circle as well. Things like the no turn on red signs being illuminated better and blinking lights added to crosswalks of Buddy Killen Circle can make a huge difference. A little bit of attention could go a long way. While I'm aware that oftentimes incident and accident statistics are used to make decisions around funding for projects such as this, it may only be a matter of time before something serious occurs if it hasn't already. We have an opportunity with a small amount of support requested to be ahead of the curve when it comes to safety as we continue to improve our neighborhoods within Nashville, specifically Midtown. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Council. And I do want to also say how much we appreciate the work you're doing to make our city a better place. My name is Chris Claybrook. I'm with Regions Bank, and I serve as a member of our leadership circle. And I'm here tonight to talk to you also about the request to amend the operating budget to include $50,000 for the community engagement and public realm design plans for Buddy Killen Circle. I agree with Richard's comments earlier. One of our challenges continues to be just the movement of traffic through there, especially around that division and 17th. We have safety concerns for not only our associates, the residents in that area, but also our customers that are coming in. Roundabout Plaza is home to 125 associates that make up our regional headquarters, as well as our branch. So we have a lot of our clients coming through there, and we have safety concerns for them. We want to make sure we get this development done right on the work around Buddy Killen Circle, and the Civic Design Center has put together a proposal including community engagement, design development, and visualizations to start this process. I would ask you to consider including this necessary funding in the operating budget and support this upcoming work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Misty Stevenson. I stand here today not only as an employee of Metro Nashville Public Schools, but as a representative of Solidarity, standing beside my sisters and brothers of MNPS, Metro Nashville Government, and Nashville General Hospital. Tonight, our ask is very simple. Let us make Nashville General Hospital financially whole, because the city cannot thrive while the very people saving lives are struggling to survive. Let us provide Metro employees with a cost of living adjustment increase and still raises that reflect the cost of living in this city. Let us ensure that MNPS employees receives that cost of living adjustment that matches Metro employees, along with compensation for the unpaid days that are already built in their calendars. Every year, the same song is what's sung. People can no longer afford to live in the city that they work in. But tonight, we are asking you to do more than hear the song. We are asking you to respond to it. Let us live in the city that we serve. Let us thrive instead of merely surviving. Let us stop choosing between groceries, rent, medicine, and even gas. Let us stop working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet while still showing up every day to educate children, protect communities, and care for families. Because the truth is, the people who keep this city moving should not be pushed out of the very city that they helped build. So tonight, My ask is not complicated. It is simple this. Let us be valued, let us be respected, let us be compensated fairly, and let us continue serving Nashville with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Come on forward.
Good evening. Well, I don't even know what to say after what Misty said, but
Do please come a little closer to the mic so we can be sure to hear you. That's
y'all
okay.
already know. I can't even come behind Misty after that. I'm sorry. I am tore from the floor up. But what y'all have heard and what's coming in behind me is so true. It is hard out here for these people who work in 2 and 3 jobs. It hurts me to see the single moms do that. I'm sorry. And for Metro General Hospital, please, please, please don't take it away. Because I'm going to tell you, I love General Hospital. I use it. I even encourage other Metro employees. I use it because it's beneficial and it's affordable. That's why I use it. Honestly, really, that's why I use it. And I love the doctors. I love the employees who work there, who does amazing job, great customer service. You know, we shouldn't have to keep asking and asking and asking. I know everybody here got an agenda. I get it. But don't forget about the people who you work for. You have to, I'm just going to say this, do what's right.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council members. My name is Sabina Moideen, and I serve as Executive Director of the American Muslim Advisory Council, and we are coalition partners with the Eviction Right to Counsel program. Our role in the coalition is to do outreach in the immigrant communities, as well as provide language access for those who need it. Recently, a Thai immigrant who owned her own home fell victim to a foreclosure fraud and found herself in court without legal representation and using AI to try to understand what was going on. Understanding legal proceedings is hard enough if you are a native English speaker. So imagine how hard it is for someone for whom English is their second language. We need more funding to guarantee a robust outreach to immigrant communities in Nashville, especially those with limited English proficiency, so they are aware of their rights and get the support they need. In another case, a Somali family that was facing personal crisis received an eviction notice because they were behind on rent. We refer the family to Legal Aid Society. Legal Aid Society was at capacity, and they were only able to provide advice. The family was willing to pay what was owed and requested a pay and stay deal, but the landlord's attorney was pressuring him to sign an eviction settlement. He called me, panicking, not sure what to do. I am not a lawyer and could not provide legal advice, the legal advice he needed. We need to make sure we have enough attorneys to take on the growing number of eviction cases that we are seeing. We are grateful for the support of Metro Council, but we want to increase the budget to $9.3 million.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes-Shacklett, everything okay there? Could you sit down, Ms. Huell? And if you want to speak, Ms. Hayes-Shacklett needs to go back and help administer the line, please, ma'am. All right. I will share again because other people have entered the room, okay? We are having 10 people in line at a time. 1 at the podium, 4 in front of the door, and 5 in line behind the door. Ms. Hayes-Shacklett, who is in blue, is administering the line. We ask you please to respect when she says this is the back of the line, everyone else should be seated, okay? So there should be 10 people. Ms. Hayes-Shacklett knows who that is. Now, 1, 2 here and there as she comes forward to speak to you, maybe there's an extra. So let's show some grace, but I appreciate that you're sharing there's some confusion. We have 2 staff members there who are doing their best to administer, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Crinks.
Yeah, we'll need a special meeting for discussing this sometime soon, too. Despite our best intentions, it's really been very difficult. So my name is Andrew Crinks. I live in District 21, and I'm with the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. You would have heard from probably about 30 of our folks, but most of them are going to have to go home, or some of them will, but hopefully you'll hear from more. After direct engagement with thousands of working-class Nashvillians over the last 2 years, we are asking for 3 things that together amount to 0.5% of the entire operating budget. First, it's $10 million for social housing. You've heard this phrase: social housing is permanently affordable, publicly owned, community-controlled, bond-financed, mixed-income housing. This $10 million ask includes the ask we made last year and are making again, which is $500,000 for staff to establish and maintain social housing in a new independent housing authority subsidiary. The remainder of that ask is $9.5 million for a revolving loan fund for social housing. The mayor's $7 million revolving loan fund is not yet what we're asking for, but we intend to help ensure that it becomes what we're asking for. It's one thing to say that you want us to stay here, and it's another to fund and embrace a model that actually ensures that. You have the power to improve our lives, and I hope you'll use it. Second, we're asking for $13 million for the Community Safety Fund operated by Metro Public Health. The mayor recently said there's more to safety than policing, but you wouldn't really know it from looking at the budget. We spend nearly $1 billion annually on police courts and jails, but give only crumbs to non-police alternatives. It's past time to shift how we understand and fund safety in Nashville. Significantly increasing funding for non-police community safety alternatives help start that process in earnest. And third, we want full funding at $2 million for the REACH program. It's an existing solution, and we need to equip it to meet the enormous need in our communities. And finally, we want and expect each of these things to be not just funded, but established through a thorough, participatory co-governance process. We don't want to give input after decisions are already made. We want to build and govern these institutions and policies alongside you, because the budget is the people's money, and the public goods that our money funds should be governed by us too. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is up, y'all? Trying to bring the energy. Saw some yawns, so just trying to be hype. All right, who wants to talk about housing finance? Awesome. My name is Cade. I'm here with Stand Up Nashville. Tonight, I'm here to request that you put $500,000 in an admin account for staff that will catapult our self-sustaining housing model forward. To do this, I want to talk to you about risk, because as we've been talking to people in the city, we over and over hear this word risk and a risk aversion, okay? So for many Nashville residents, myself including, housing has become a persistent source of uncertainty. I don't know what it's like where you're sitting over there on the gallery, but on this side, outside of the line Hunger Games and everything else going on, I know most of us know what it feels like to live in a city where our housing is a gamble every day. We often talk about new ideas as risky, but we rarely talk about the risk that already exists around us. The risk of being a renter in this city, to see your rent go up, the risk of another family leaving the city, another teacher moving further from his, her, or their classroom, or a child who may have to live on the street, another young person deciding that they cannot build a future here, the risk of waking up 10 years from now and realizing that Nashville has become a place where ordinary people cannot afford to live. Those risks are real, and they're already here, but they're not being carried equally. They're being carried by us, the renters, the working people in this city, by families trying to hold on to the communities they've built. What Stand Up Nashville is asking for is $500,000 to create capacity for Nashville to build something new, an institution that can develop housing that remains affordable because it remains in public hands, housing that creates lasting public value for our city. The greatest risk facing Nashville is not that we try something ambitious. The greatest risk is that we continue down the current path because it feels familiar and safe. I hope you'll consider making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Okay, hi everybody. I am Susan Shan. I live in District 1 in Bells Bend area, and I am here talking to express my support for two issues. One is what the two fine gentlemen before me were speaking about. I'm just learning about social housing, and it sounds like a no-brainer to me. It sounds like something we need to be creating here, and I think $500,000 in the budget for the establishment of an entity that can kind of plan for that and manage that makes so much sense for long-term, sustainable, and affordable housing for the city. So that's issue number one. The second thing I want to advocate for is a wish list item from Dr. Battle for Metro Nashville Public Schools to implement composting and the hiring of a sustainability manager for the schools, as well as training. I believe it's LEED, L-E-E-D, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design certification for teachers. This is long overdue. And obviously the composting will remove a lot of waste from our landfills, which I don't need to tell any of you are filling up very quickly. It'll save a lot of money in the Metro budget over time, somewhere between $179,000 and $270,000 just from picking up composting waste in the schools. And I just would love to see that be implemented. So please consider including that in the budget. That's $580,000. Again, a very small ask for a very large payoff for the city and for our kids who need to learn about the value of doing these things and see that the adults around them value it as much as they hopefully will as they mature. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, friends. My name is Hal Cato. I'm the CEO of the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee and a resident of District 24. It is nights like this I know that test leadership commitment, and I want to thank you for yours. Thank you for sitting here, and thank you for the way you've respectfully listened to every single person that's approached this mic. There may not be a lot of things that we universally agree on in the city every day, but I do think we agree on this. Homes affordable to working families are falling out of reach faster than we can track. And daily, I hear, where is philanthropy on this issue? There is a role for philanthropy, and I am committed and working really hard to bring them to the table in a coordinated way. But it is important that Metro builds a table big enough, bold enough, and collaborative enough for philanthropy to join. We got a taste of what can happen at that kind of table when Metro committed $20 million to launching the National Catalyst Fund. Within months, multiple private and philanthropic investors quickly joined, ballooning that fund to $76.5 million. That is nearly a 4-to-1 public-private ratio, and that is what Metro commitment can unlock. Every week, I work alongside leaders overseeing hundreds of millions of dollars of philanthropic capital, and I can tell you that foundations and donors are actively trying to figure out how to invest effectively in housing in the city. I believe that the capital is ready to move, but I also believe that Metro has to boldly lead at this moment in time. Your vote tonight is not just about what the city spends. I believe it also helps determine whether a much larger coalition activates and follows. The cities that changed their housing trajectory did it by building a system big enough to hold all of us at the table. This budget begins to build that system, and I'm proud to stand behind it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Longoria, and I'm a Nashville resident of District 25. I'm also the Community Engagement and Gratitude Officer for The Contributor, and I'm here to request funding support on behalf of the Contributor's SOAR program. As you heard from Will, our executive director, earlier, for the past 2 years, the Contributor has partnered with local emergency departments. By the way, we also support Funding Nashville General to identify patients experiencing homelessness and help them access disability benefits, health care, income, and ultimately housing stability. I know from the personal experience working on the front lines as a case manager, as well as from well-researched data, that access to housing and community resources leads to health and wholeness, a status that the majority of our clients have never experienced, especially those who have applied for these benefits on their own and been denied, as the process is not set up for individuals to navigate alone. Tonight, I am asking for your support of the $350,000 funding request to continue this necessary work that will generate an estimated $1.3 million in revenue for those who need it most. This is work that is already happening. work that is already proven effective. There's no drawback to supporting this budget request, only a better community that benefits when folks who need it, when they receive the benefits that they deserve. And finally, as a side note, I would like it to note that you could compensate literally any MNPS employee in this room to fix this line situation in like 5 minutes. Thanks, bye.
Next, go ahead. Ms. Stiles, could I ask, please, ma'am, so that Ms. Hayes-Shacklet can administer the line, if you might return to the chamber floor. Thank you. Or just let Ms. Hayes-Shacklet do her good work, please. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for this time and for listening. It's late. My name is Christian Perro of the Nashville Property Tax Coalition. We're a non-political group concerned about small businesses in Davidson County. All 350 of our members understand that property taxes go up in a growing city, and we are okay with that. We also know that Metro relies on property taxes for a large portion of its budget. Small businesses have budgets too, and they do their best to plan ahead. But no business can plan for 75%, 100, 200, and even 300% increases in their tax liabilities. Most of these property taxes are passed on to the small business tenants who occupy the commercial buildings in our neighborhood centers and roadway corridors. We are asking for reasonable tax increases, but when you have historically high property valuations, many of which are incorrect in today's economic climate, combined with an increase in tax rate, you get outrageous tax bills that will force the closure of hundreds of small businesses in the next 12 to 18 months. What is Metro government going to do to preserve the small businesses that made Nashville what it is today? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Medina Rashid, and I'm a proud resident at the cottages of Drake's Creek. I am honored to be a part of what is becoming one of Nashville's first cooperative housing communities, an innovative step towards I'm honored to be a part of what is becoming one of Nashville's first cooperative housing community, an innovative step forward not only for our neighborhood, but for the future of affordable housing across our city. As Nashville discussed budget priorities and further investments, I respectfully ask that cooperative housing initiative remain at the top of the priorities. This project is creating opportunities for working families who may never otherwise have access to home ownership. It gives residents stability, dignity, and true voice in our community. What makes this initiative so important is that it is not just about housing. It is about preventing displacement, building generational stability, and creating long-term community investment. The excitement surrounding the cottages at Drake's Creek reflects the hope many Nashville residents have for new and creative housing solutions. However, I also want to emphasize a major concern for many current residents. Some tenants slightly exceed the current 50% median income requirement, yet we are the very people who have helped build and sustain this community. We recently went to the Barnes Fund to ask for consideration grandfathering some of us in. And that allowed those families to remain part of the co-op model. We have been told that there is no solution at this time due to the restrictions with the funding that has been selected for this project. The Barnes Fund should continue funding and supporting these type of initiatives within our city. We do not want to see neighbors displaced simply because they fall just above an income threshold during this transition. Protecting existing residents while expanding affordable ownership opportunities should go hand in hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your time's concluded. Go ahead, you're recognized. You may want to pull that mic up.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Stephen Watts, District 10. So I come bearing a message from one of my neighbors at Drake's Creek Cooperative. So she says it's messy, I say it's poetic. The housing cooperative, let's talk about it. The safety of it is like no other. Having your neighborhood be your comfort zone. The affordability, it's life's desire. Neighbors handpicked to merge into a family compound without the bloodline drama. The shared responsibility is not just yours to carry. land you're trusted with to nurture, grow, maintain without the hectic maintenance solely on your income and time. No more strange neighbors. No more wavering landlord. No more unbalanced property tax hikes appraised for you alone. No more sudden relocation. No more pit in your stomach from moving costs or unfamiliarity. Instead, initiated cooperative living for all. Melissa I. Roberts, co-chair of Drakes Creek Cooperative Council. So Melissa has also told me one other thing that I really love. She says, being part of the cooperative is what makes us business partners, but being neighbors makes us family. So quickly, what a cooperative is. Cooperatives are similar to home ownership associations. Group of homeowners come together to fight for their shared interests. But while HOAs come together to make sure that their home value increases, which makes that the home inaccessible for people who follow them, instead a cooperative comes together to keep costs low, to make sure that the people who invest in the neighborhood, when that neighborhood increases in value, that those people can stay. So being employed by the Southeast Center for Cooperative Development, that makes me and the Drakes Creek neighbors, that makes us business partners, but I also live across the street from them. So being neighbors is what makes us family. And so what I want to ask for is two things. So the Barnes Fund, obviously everyone has spoken about how we need it. We also need permanent allocations for permanently affordable housing. Lastly, I join onto the calls of other members who asked for that $500,000 for social housing staff to make that sure that belonging is policy, not just a slogan. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Poet Williams, District 21. Tonight, I did not come here carrying statistics. I came carrying the weight of a city that is exhausted, a city where mothers sit at tables hungry because there is only enough food to feed their children, a city where fathers work 2 and 3 jobs and still come home wondering, can they afford the rent? How is a family supposed to survive when survival itself has become expensive? Nashvillians are hurting mentally, physically, emotionally. Every night families lie awake asking, will there be enough food tomorrow? Will we still have a home next month? While luxury buildings continue climbing into the sky, the people who built this city are being pushed further and further away from it. Affordable housing is not a handout. It is not charity. It is dignity. It is a mother finally not worrying about eviction knocking. It is a father making it home before his children fall asleep. Because right now, time is stealing from families. Parents are missing birthdays, working overtime. Children are growing up through exhausting hugs and phone calls instead of presents. Somewhere along the way, we normalize struggle as a price of living in Nashville, but I refuse to believe a city this great cannot make room for the very people who keep it alive. So tonight, I demand you stop seeing affordable housing as numbers on paper and start seeing the people, the tired eyes, the empty refrigerators. See the families one paycheck away from losing everything, because a city is not measured by the heights of its buildings, but by how it treats the people holding those buildings up. Nashville needs compassion. Nashville needs action. Nashville needs affordable housing funded fully, because the people are tired of waiting.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
My name is Jeffrey Gordon, District 6.
Mr. Gordon, will you pull that mic up a little closer to you? Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Jeffrey Gordon, District 6. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Nashville Entertainment Commission. We've spent the last 3 years on Square One. We were summarily removed from the mayor's budget for the explanation of the fact that we would become a department of one, which would afford us to flounder and fail along the way. I take umbrance with that, in that we've been unable to communicate amongst ourselves and be an efficient commission because of the Open Meetings Act, which has been difficult to deal with. We're asking now, where last year we were $250,000, we're asking for $300,000. Our initial ask to the mayor was $585,000 to fund staffing, the ability to have an office, the ability to have monies to actually generate the initiatives that would benefit our community. Speak for actors, for singers, for songwriters, for the coffee shops down the street from the movie sets. I have nothing but love for the community. I've been here for 35 years. I make my life as a lighting director. We make the sights, we create the sounds. We've been in 185 different television markets around the world. That brings our city to the forefront of an entertainment community. There are several entertainment communities around the world. We are one that does not have the proper representation to allow our government to maximize the opportunity, the return on investment that a nominal sum would create. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak before you. I hope you find your way clear to benefit our office. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Stephanie Coleman, CEO of the Nashville Chamber and resident of District 7. I'm here in support of the housing investments in this budget. I want to tell you who this budget is for and the numbers from the city's own housing strategy that we all helped create. A hotel clerk in Nashville earns about $33,000 a year. A hairstylist earns about $43,000. A family social worker caring for our most vulnerable children, about $57,000. For each of them, a home that they can actually afford runs between $800 and $1,400 a month. Those homes are disappearing. Home values in this county are up 40% since 2019. Incomes are only up 19%. As of last spring, there were 350 listings in all of Davidson County that a median household could afford to buy. The business community does not watch this from a distance. It's a workforce problem that we feel every single day. You cannot run a city, its hospitals, its schools, its restaurants, its small businesses on people who can no longer afford to live in it. Housing has become economic infrastructure, as fundamental to our competitiveness as transit or schools. And here's what the business community most wants this body to hear. This is a solvable problem, not with a single headline or a silver bullet, but the way hard problems are actually solved, through patient, unglamorous, evidence-based work sustained year after year until it compounds. And this is exactly what this budget is. The Unified Housing Strategy is a plan that sets goals, that funds the tools, that measures what works and builds on it. And that's how companies grow as well, and how serious cities solve their hardest problems. The payoff here isn't next year's headline, it's the long-term return on doing the steady work consistently. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor, council persons. My name is Curtis Bryant. I'm a 35-year pastor in North Nashville. I live in District 7. My church community is in District 21 with Councilman Taylor, and I have a substantial project in District number 2 with Council Toombs. For over 35 years, I've worked in the area of affordable housing, but I want to add one caveat to that. Not just affordable housing, but workforce housing. I represent a nonprofit called Successful Survivors. We built multiple affordable housing units across the city. We have been leaders in providing houses in the North Nashville area, the Cleveland Park, Maxwell area, and the World Baptist Center area, but all faith-based housing. I'm here advocating that you all would commit at least another additional $20 million to the faith community. I represent 75 other churches in an initiative called the Church Community Collective. The church community are the largest property owners in our city, and I'd like to help move them toward providing housing for our service industry and community here in Nashville, that housing can be provided for persons who live and work in our city. I thank you all for your hard work and your time. I've been committed to affordable housing for 35 years, have dedicated most of my life towards it. I could take half of the night to express to you my desire to provide housing for individuals. People who live and work in our city, we must do what we can and must to provide safe, decent, and affordable housing. Bless you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening.
My name is Theda Murphy. I live in Madison, District 9. Today, I am speaking in support of the Nashville People's Budget Housing and Safety for All plan. Co-governance. You have been talking a lot about it for the past couple of weeks. Co-governance is necessary because we are no longer interested in perpetuating systems that we pay for that are at best ignoring us and at worst actively starving, beating, raping, kidnapping, and murdering us. Folks have been saying for the longest time that voting by itself is not enough. And seeing the recent actions by our state legislature, we see why. That happened because we simply voted and outsourced our collective vision and well-being to folks who appointed themselves experts. That was a terrible mistake. Co-governance is us taking our agency back. We are the ones who know what we need and how we need it. The innovation and imagination is not up there. It's back here. We are not satisfied simply handing you our money or our votes. Not anymore. We are realizing our mistake and we're taking responsibility for rectifying it. That's what co-governance is. It's us taking our power back. It requires you to take a step back and respect us as equals. We're no longer supporting systems that don't work for us. We are dismantling them and rebuilding them in our image. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward.
Hello, my name is Tracy P. Beard. I'm a Nashville native, grew up in District 2. I currently live in District 32. I'm also a housing justice researcher and statewide coordinator for Housing for All Tennessee. And I grew up here, and my mother struggled in finding a place to live for us during the 90s, and that fueled the research that I do now. And I know that Nashville can be better and make it better for others. And it's time for Nashville to implement community-led solutions and fully fund the Housing and Safety for All plan, eviction, right to a council for evictions, and programs that house and support our unhoused friends, not criminalize them. We need all of these levers to address the systemic issues of housing and public safety. These solutions can ensure permanently affordable housing and community-led safety, and to ensure that all of these things remain a human right. And I thank you for your time, and I thank everyone here for their time in this process.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
I greet you in peace. My name is Karen Roberts. I live in District 6, and I'm here today as a community member with Stand Up Nashville. I work as a licensed clinical social worker, and I have been working in the Nashville community for well over 25 years. And one of the problems, the growing problems that I hear from the clients that I serve is that I can't afford housing. They come with major depressive disorder and anxiety. And it's not simply something that you can just talk away when they're up against something like, I can't afford to pay my rent. So I'm here tonight to ask you to request that you allocate $500,000 in an administrative account for staff that would catapult the self-sustaining housing model forward. I think a lot about our city, not in an abstract way, but about the actual people who live here, the children that are growing up here, the young people who are trying to survive, families and senior citizens. Every generation inherits a city that it did not create, and every generation leaves a city behind for somebody else. The question is, what kind of city will we want to leave? Do we want to leave a city where housing is increasingly treated as a commodity, or where housing remains a foundation for community stability and belonging. I'm going to read this poem by Langston Hughes because I think it's appropriate. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore, and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? By the indication of the people that are here tonight, I think it explodes.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dylan Moore. I live in District 9. I am a teacher in MMPS and a member of the Metro Nashville Education Association. I've lived in this city for 7 years. In that time, I've learned that every year the workers of this city have to come here and beg to get what they need. The cost of living is rising in Nashville, and the wages of Metro employees is not rising with it. I'd like to bring particular attention to the substitute teachers, custodial workers, and support staff of MMPS. These workers' wages still fall well below a livable wage for Nashville. These are the workers that make my job as a teacher possible, and it is becoming harder and harder for us to stay in the city we work in. Budgets are indeed a moral document, and a 1.7% COLA sends the message that people that keep this city running aren't a priority. Is this the type of city that we want to build, where the workers that serve us can't even afford to live here? Help build a city where we can all afford to live in and increase the cost of living adjustment to actually match inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Metro Council. My name is John Davis. I'm a community member with Stand Up Nashville. And I likewise am here to request that you put $500,000 in an administrative account for staff that can head up the self-sustaining housing model we put forward. I sometimes wonder what Nashville is going to look like 20 years from now if we stay on our current path. Every city depends on people whose names never appear in the development brochures. The nurse working the overnight shift, the school custodian opening the building before sunrise, the child care worker, the restaurant server, the bus driver, the city employee, the musician playing a Tuesday night gig. Every day, these people make Nashville function. But increasingly, many of them are being asked to live further and further out from the city they serve. At some point, we've got to ask whether this is sustainable. City can't thrive indefinitely if the people who make it run are gradually pushed out. The healthy city creates room for workers to live where they work. A healthy city creates stability for the people whose labor sustains it. And that's why this proposal matters. The social housing model isn't just about creating units, it's about creating places where people can remain rooted in the city they're helping to build. But I want to put a face on this housing crisis. I want to tell you about 3 friends of mine. Keith, Jimmy, and Chris. They're unhoused people living in the brush by I-40, all working, all unable to afford housing. Chris has been unhoused for 4 years and waiting for an attainable housing most of that time. 2 years ago, he was hit by a car while he tried to raise enough money for a hotel room, his only viable housing option at the time. He was in a coma at Vanderbilt for several months. Today, he walks with a cane. He's very grateful to say he's attained stable housing after a long wait.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Next, go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, Nancy Simmerly, District 23. There are 3 of us here tonight representing the Fountains of Musica Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit, which includes a multitude of stakeholders and supporters. We're here to address the capital improvement budget and ultimately the mayor's capital spending plan. The goal of this project is to create a safe, expanded, and inspiring public realm, an important third space for residents and visitors to Nashville. Fountains of Musica Foundation plans to expand the green space, increase safety for foot, vehicular, and cycle traffic, and at the same time create inspiring spaces in which to rest and appreciate the creative power of Nashville. The waters surrounding the sculpture musical will soar up to 60 feet in the air with beautifully choreographed water and lighting
2 additional fountains near the circle will help expand the experience in public space. Fountains of Musica will transform the area into a beautiful, welcoming public space, green space that is sorely lacking in central Nashville, Midtown Nashville, Nashville in general. It will provide a gathering place for locals and visitors while fostering connections and community. This bold addition to Music Row will serve as a lasting symbol of Nashville's artistic spirit and reinforce the city's reputation as a hub for innovation and culture. Completing Musica with the addition of the fountains reflects music, culture, education, and creativity as our core identity. It creates an icon for our city. Finally, Fountains of Musica will be a legacy for those who inherit this city and a signal of what we value as a community. Beyond the needs to create a more safe and livable space in that Buddy Killen circle.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is John Dotson, District 23. I'm also here to advocate for Fountains of Musica and primarily the surrounding area. We're all pushing citywide for more greenways and better connectivity. And another example of a public gathering space will model other opportunities around Nashville. Buddy Killen's Circle is, and the fountains will be, an example of so many things that are already going on around Nashville. It's a microcosm of how we can improve Nashvillians' experiences. Greenways, multimodal transit, connectivity. You can be a model of how well we can do all these things across the entire city. The success of Metro's investment in Smith Springs Community Center and the Southeast Community Center excellent examples of public-private partnership. When the city puts a focus on something like the Ford Ice Centers, public money follows. Private money follows, Like the public plazas surrounding the Fountains of Musica, they're important in drawing people together. Destinations are what make people get up, go and walk or bike about. And success of the greenways turns on the points along the way. And it's a throughput. Buddy Killen's Circle and Fountains of Musica can ultimately link Centennial Park, Fort Negley, East Nashville, and beyond. If it's happening here in this compact space, this close to town, it's urgent to get all of these pieces fitting together as quickly as possible, because the more gathering spaces that we create, the more livable city that we have, and it's better for the health of the community, the more quickly we can replicate this across the city. And finally, as you all know, fountains really bring an intrinsic economic benefit to the city. So with that, thank you for listening to all of us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Welcome. You're recognized.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Andre LaQuire. We all appreciate the work that you all do on our behalf and the long hours that you put in, even well beyond tonight. So thank you for being here and paying so much attention. In the mayor's budget amendment requests, you have heard the request for getting the renovation of Buddy Killen Circle project underway. The Civic Design Center and NDOT are supportive of doing this project and beginning the community engagement this summer. Additionally, this is an opportunity to leverage Metro dollars. This $50,000 for community engagement at Buddy Killen Circle will be a catalyst for millions of dollars in private donations to create the project Fountains of Musica, which will be creating a gorgeous public realm. We all ask that you join other council people and include this item on your wish list. Regarding the Fountains of Musica, it is in the capital improvement budget. We support the CIB and appreciate your support and hope that you will encourage the mayor to include it in his capital spending plan for 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Joel Cottrell, and I'm the president of the Fraternal Order of Police for Nashville, Davidson County, representing approximately 2,000 members of active and retired law enforcement. I have good news. I don't need the full 2 minutes. The cost to live this year has increased by approximately 3.8%. The cost of our insurance has gone up over 16% for this next year. The offer for our cost of living adjustment is 1.7%. That means the raise is gone before it arrives. We are asking to match the cost of living at 3.8% to avoid falling further behind the competition. We're asking to just keep up. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Ezra Howard. I'm in District 22. I'm a member of SEIU, so I support the solidarity budget, particularly on fully funding General Hospital, Nashville General for $7.8 million as they requested. A public option for healthcare service providers in a city is an increasingly rare gem. It's not just for Tennessee, but for the United States. So that's something that should be preserved. But what I really want to talk about as well is just the process that goes along with the budget. One of the things that I noted, because I'm in data analytics, I was looking at the legislation and comparing it to fiscal year 26 and 25 from years past. And I noticed it looks like everything got an increase. But in the news and in the mayor's State of Metro address, that it was being framed as a decrease. Because when you look in the budget book, it's higher than what's being legislated. Now, in the MNPD budget hearing, this was asked smartly by CM Swara. And the way I understood it from the budget officer is things happen throughout the year, legislation passes, benefits get moved over, and that budget gets rectified and increases. It is not completely fair, I think, to compare what happens in the beginning of fiscal year 27 to what's nearly at the end of fiscal year 26. It irks me for data analytics, so I think the process should be improved. For one, it should be better explained where those increases come from in midstream. That should be explained in the budget book for people to fully understand. And two, it's the year of our Lord 2026. Why are we just putting out PDFs and not Excel files or CFVs when we're talking about a financial document? That would make, I had to build a Python script to scrape 400 plus pages of a PDF when they could just push a button to export to Excel. I mean, I work for Metro. I can do that with my data. It should be done with budget. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Shannon. I am I'm in District 22, Sherry Wiener, shout out. I also want to second the Excel spreadsheet, not what I came here for, but I'm always in favor of that. What I did want to say, though, is I am in favor of the funding for the social housing, the ERCP program. I myself am an attorney in solo practice. I'll be honest with y'all, I'm tired of doing eviction cases. I hate them. I hate seeing the vile situations that my clients are in. I hate dealing with, shitty landlords. I'm tired of it. So if there's anything we can do to prevent us from getting to that step in the first place, I am absolutely for it. And I think that social housing is a fantastic first step. Is it sufficient? Absolutely not. But it is necessary, and I think it's a good first step. So please consider that. A lot of people have already spoken to the benefits of housing in this neighborhood, and I just am here to reemphasize that. I won't go over all the data again, but just to say, I grew up in Alabama in a white flight school. I didn't have diversity in my school, and I didn't realize how important and essential it is to being a holistic human being until I got out into the world and experienced other people of all different races, genders, socioeconomic statuses. And so housing, I can't emphasize enough, is not only essential for keeping people in our city, but it's also essential in a selfish way for people like myself who need to be able to live next to other people and learn from them. And so this mixed housing is, I can't say enough good things about it. And then, you know, the other thing that I think we've kind of touched on is that we are pushing the lifeblood of this city out of this city. The people who keep our tourism industry running, I mean, Nashville's a giant tourism hub. They are the ones that support this and keep it going. We're also pushing out, as many, you know, here are from General Hospital, those that, you know, work in our hospitals. These are essential people. And when we push them out, not only have we, you know, increased their commuting and childcare costs, but we've also removed their voices from this legislative body right here because they're no longer your constituents. They can no longer tell you what's up. So let's not push them out.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your patience. I don't know if you know it's getting late. My name is H.G. Stovall. I live in the Donaldson neighborhood. My council person, Mr. Jeff Gregg, thank you for your service, friend. Tonight, I represent Nashville Launchpad. I also serve on our Homelessness Planning Council. I seek tonight for you to understand the plight of young adults living in our city and living on our streets, 18 to 24. We operate the city's only young adult focused and the city's only LGBT-friendly emergency shelter straight from the street. We have also had the privilege of operating an interim gap housing program for a couple of years. That program has outperformed Metro programs by about 3% on average and nationwide by 15% on average in permanent housing placements. That's a miracle since of the young people Launchpad has served, 88% came from literal homelessness, 58% have a history of domestic violence, assault, or human trafficking, 52% have at least one mental health diagnosis. Please invest in protecting these young adults, of whom 44% are Black or people of color and 48% are LGBTQIA+. On behalf of these young adults who have called Launchpad home for 30,000 nights since 2012, we request only $300,000 to keep this program open for another year. Together, let's give hope, solve youth homelessness, and reduce the need for adult services in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Shakira Erica Nash Bally. I live in District 33, and I am a Nashville entertainer and artist and a local business owner. I'm standing here tonight because, in all honesty, I'm just curious if standing at this microphone even truly means anything anymore. By that I mean, over the years, I have watched this entire city completely change. The historic lore of Nashville is fading. The broader creative ecosystem has shifted to where the independent music publishing industry we once relied on is practically gone, and all types of independent artists are struggling. In its place, the city has been overrun by luxury hotels and corporate sports arenas. The real power belongs to a silent corporate machine, while the local creators and independent businesses who built the city's soul are left begging for crumbs. We were promised that Metro would show true commitment to its local creatives, but instead, the mayor's proposed budget completely zeroes out funding for our newly formed Nashville Entertainment Commission. It eliminates the $250,000 meant to build infrastructure for all independent entertainers and artists, while broader arts funding remains flatlined. And we're asking the city to honor the commitment to dedicate 1% of funding to the arts and entertainment. Corporate entities get public backing and resources instantly, but the actual human beings who keep the tourism machine running are treated like an afterthought. So the mayor's office claims this cut is due to fiscal constraints, but we know that when the major corporations or sports franchise wants something from Metro, the money is always found. I'm asking this council tonight to use its power to amend the budget to not allow Nashville Entertainment Commission to be starved to death before it even begins. Restore the funding and stand by the 1% as promised, and prove that this council chamber still belongs to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Louis Terrell. Normally I come up here and speak off the cuff, but today Tamika asked me to write something down. So today, I normally start out with, I work for Metro Water. Thank you, Metro Water. I do notice y'all still drinking my water. Appreciate that. But now to the business. Normally I advocate for Metro Water, but today is for Metro Nashville General Hospital. General Hospital has been a staple in Nashville all my life. I've had 3 aunts that worked for General Hospital. One aunt was the first Black pediatric nurse in General Hospital when it was on Hermitage Avenue. I don't know if anybody's here remember it being on Hermitage Avenue. That's where it started. Okay, so now to the biz. General Hospital has been shortchanged long enough. When I say shortchanged, they were promised something a year ago, didn't even get a fourth of it in January. You're supposed to get it in July. They got it in January. No compensation. So what I'm asking is the council, the mayor, to not do any backdoor deals, but to also give General Hospital what was promised to them and also compensation. They've been shortchanged long enough.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, council members. My name is Erin James, and I work at the Donaldson Branch Library in District 15, Councilman Jeff Gregg's district. I'm here tonight before you, and I am very tired, and I'm sure you are too. I'm here to ask you to fund the Solidarity budget, which is a 1.7% cost of living adjustment and a step raises for general government employees, plus bringing up the wages of paraprofessionals and support staff in MMPS. And I am tearing up right now because I am thinking about people who feed the children in schools that I went to who cannot afford to live here anymore. I know one person in our union who moved out to Clarksville. She drives over an hour to work every day. And if a specific exit floods, that adds a much longer commute. Sometimes she's late to work. I'm thinking of people like Miss Honey, who came in here and begged for more money, not for herself, but for people who work for Nashville General Hospital. Last year, I was brought to tears by a father, a nurse on our city's payroll, begging the council for more money for Nashville General because they were running out of gloves for gunshot victims. And I hope that makes you feel something because that's our town's name. That is my town. I was born here. That's my town's name on a hospital, and they don't have gloves. He has a daughter of his own to raise, and he needs money to do that. And they didn't get that money, like Mr. Terrell just mentioned. They didn't get that raise they were promised by our government. That's y'all. That's me, that I am a part of this government. They didn't get that money in July like they were promised. They didn't get it until January. So I'm asking you for money for step raises and 1.7% COLA for Nashville Metro General government employees to match the minimum for Metro support staff and to give National Metro and General Government hospitals what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, come forward, please.
Hi there, my name is Madeline and I'm a resident of District 20. I'm a member of Nashville People's Budget Coalition and I work as a mental health professional here in Nashville, Tennessee. And I am using my time to talk about what's on my budget wish list, which consists of $9 million allocated to a revolving loan fund for social housing and $500,000 to social housing staff. Because in my opinion, that is mental health care. I went to graduate school and learned countless theories of development and perspectives on diagnosing people. But as I've come to see it, the first mental health intervention should be access to consistent and affordable housing. It's not uncommon for people to forgo medical treatment or script grocery runs in order to make rent. This stress is not sustainable and it's certainly not conducive to the positive mental health that you claim to want for this city. You could diagnose these people with anxiety or depression or pathologize their anger, but maybe this is an honest reaction to not knowing if you will have a comfortable, safe place to put your head down at night. We are not short on studies demonstrating that housing reduces rates of violent crime and increases mental health. And I think we can all agree that we deserve safe places to live. If we really are worried about the mental health crisis, we need to first make sure that everyone's most basic needs are met. The mayor says he wants us to stay, but the majority of us can only afford to leave. Access to housing is mental health care. It's harm reduction and it's safety planning. This $9 million towards the revolving loan fund and the $500,000 towards social housing staff would be mental health care. If you'd like my vote and the vote of many other Nashville constituents here tonight, I suggest that the council members at large and Mayor Freddie please listen when we speak, because this status quo is not working and we'd like to work with you to try something new. We are on the same team. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm Kyle Cook. I live in District 24, Brenda Gadd's district. I work in District 19, Jacob Coopin representing. I'm a member of SEIU Local 205. I'm the chief steward of the Metro Nashville Government Chapter. In 2001, when Nashville built a new main library, they also built 5 other branch libraries. They built a First Art Museum, they built a Country Music Hall of Fame, and they brought in dozens of new workers like me. I'm not from here, I'm from upstate New York. I was just blown away by a city that was doing all this, and I was so blessed by you to have a good job, a good pay with benefits like health insurance, and I had a pay that I could afford to make rent. And mostly I was blown away because Nashville is such a friendly city that you welcomed me, out-of-state people, newcomers, and you offered me all these things, and you offered these cost of living adjustments every year so I could keep up with inflation. and it made it a very livable place to live and work. And now I'm a Nashvilleian just like you, and Nashville is still welcoming people from out of state and out of the country. And I hope we will offer the same welcome to help me build a life here to all of my fellow union members and new employees who I see every couple of weeks that come in. I want them to have the same opportunity I had. So I want you to support the mayor's cost of living adjustment at 1.7% and include my union family at public schools and give them some paid time off when the schools are closed. Well, they've been left out of some earlier budgets, and I just want you to be generous to them.
Thank you. Go ahead, come on forward.
Good evening. I'm Nicole, and I live in District 17. Who loves to swim? Anybody in this room loves to swim? Okay, hands raised. I learned to swim at the Napier Community Center pool, and last year, Terry and I, with the support of Unicycle and other Nashvilleians, collected swimwear for my neighbors. And I mentioned that because last week I took some of my neighbors to the pool. We just walked right over, and there were about 50 people in the pool. And the pool was renovated 5 years ago when then council member Freddie and Dr. Lawless and some folks said, we don't want this pool closed. When I was there at the community center last week, most of the students came when the pool opened for evening engagement, and that was at 2 o'clock. Prior to that, there was not much engagement. And so I am asking, and I know Delisha and some others have said this before in the past, Napier Community Center needs to be funded, y'all. Right now, the pool is just the only engagement, which is great, but it needs to be funded. So I just want to put that out there quickly. Also, the Tennessee Justice Center, I know last year got some funding. Tennessee Justice Center is the only organization that is advocating for people who lose health care and need SNAP assistance. And I tell you, my neighbors, the neighbor community, and all over Nashville go there, but particularly neighbor community walk there as well. Of course, housing support and sons, I want you to stay investment. I see firsthand just how many of my neighbors just need housing assistance, and eviction is facing many of them. So please, please prioritize those. Thank you all for all the work that you do.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Taylor. I work in the music industry, and I'm a community member here with Stand Up Nashville. Tonight I'm here to request that you put $500,000 in an admin account for staff that will catapult the self-sustaining housing model forward. Lately, one image that keeps coming to mind when I think about housing in Nashville is a moving truck. I graduated from Belmont in 2020, and I've watched a lot of people leave this city since then. With every person leaving, Nashville is feeling less and less like the city I fell in love with. I can't see a long-term future here because of our affordability crisis. I've personally had to relocate within the city multiple times as rent prices are increasing, and it's deeply concerning and saddening to know that I'm actually part of a privileged minority. More and more people are leaving simply because they can't afford to stay here. They have to leave a place that still feels like home. And every time, Nashville loses something, not just a resident, but a relationship, a story, a piece of community, and our community is what makes our city so special. The housing crisis is often discussed in statistics. We talk about prices, units, and percentages, but behind every statistic is a person trying to hold on to a life they've built. That's why I support Stand Up Nashville's budget request, because I believe Nashville should be a place where people can imagine a future. And I believe this is achievable, but we need you to make a small but an important investment in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, I'm Kay Bowers, and I live in District 25 with Jeff Prepty. Thank you, Jeff. It's a challenge to find words to speak to you tonight that have not already been spoken. We know that housing affordability is the #1 concern, according to the latest poll by Vanderbilt. And at the same time that we have this housing affordability crisis, we have thousands of vacant luxury housing units, yet the high rent levels remain. That's the picture
that we're facing. Housing instability causes tremendous stress. You've heard the stories on our fellow neighbors, and it spills over into our communities. The Community Youth Safety Plan shows that housing instability is a top concern of our youth. Quality, stable, and affordable housing is a key component of making our community safe. Affordable homeownership opportunities make for neighbors who are invested in their neighborhoods. Yet with our absence of the private market, the handful of nonprofits doing this work need our public investment. We need $30 million invested into the Barnes Housing Trust Fund, as our housing plan calls for. At the same time, let's catch up with other cities. Let's follow their lead, their example, and stand up a housing model that provides housing for a variety of incomes, is financially sustainable, that is permanently affordable, and provides for public ownership. And that means you don't have to pay shareholders or investments out of your profits. These models can work, they're being done. I ask for you to get behind them. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name's Shamika Kimbrough, and I work at Nashville General Hospital at Metro Center. Today I came as, this is my first time coming, and I wasn't aware that you could speak during this conference. So today, healthcare is a cornerstone of a thriving community. Nashville General Hospital serves many of our city's most vulnerable residents, including uninsured, undeserved, and underprivileged population. Our providers, nurses, technicians, and support staff work tirelessly every day to ensure that all patient care have access to quality health care regardless of their ability to pay. However, the cost of living continues to rise. Employees, our insurance premiums have gone up, dental insurance doubled, vision insurance tripled. So today, to increase the healthcare workers' force, growing demands and challenges, despite being part of a Metro Nashville public service system, Nashville General Hospital employees do not receive the same level of benefits and compensation growth that many other Metro employees receive, including teachers, police officers, and firefighters. Education, public safety, and healthcare are all essential public services. Healthy students learn better. Healthy families build stronger communities. Healthy workers contribute to a stronger economic investment in healthcare, as in an investment in Nashville's future. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for equitable treatment. Nashville General Hospital employees deserve compensation and better benefits that reflects the value of their work and align with their support provided to other Metro agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Zach Jenkins. I am in District 21. I'm an educator, which is probably why my energy is so low right now, because I've been dealing with kids all day. But with that being said, I'm going to be real quick. So I come here today to say that I stand in fierce solidarity with SEIU, MNEA, all the Nashville General Hospital employees, and every single educator, nurse, and support staff worker who keeps our schools and hospitals running. I'm going to specifically speak on schools today. Our schools are the heart of this community, but it's the people inside them who keep the heart beating. When we talk about the budget, we're talking about our values, and we cannot claim to value education if we don't fully value our educators. That means ensuring that cost of living adjustments keep pace with the soaring cost of living here in Nashville right now. A raise that doesn't match the inflation is not a raise at all. It's actually a pay cut, truth be told. Furthermore, we must also protect and honor our step raises for MNPS and Nashville General employees. Step raises aren't a bonus or a luxury. Truth be told, they are a fundamental promise. They honor experience, dedication, and years of service to our teachers and to the people who visit our hospitals every single day. So when we protect cost of living adjustments and step raises, we're not just supporting teachers, we're not just supporting Nashville General employees, we're investing in the stability of our classrooms and our hospitals. We're investing in the future of our students. We're investing in the future of people who need health care. So finally, last thing I want to say is to the Nashville General workers, to the nurses, to MNEA, to the SEIU, support staff workers in our school, exceptional educators, and to every educator, we see you, I see you, we thank you, and I stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Rosemarie Henkel-Rieger. I live in District 34. I'm the co-director of the Southeast Center for Cooperative Development. And together with some local partners, we are converting a 60-unit complex into Nashville's first limited equity housing cooperative. And this was only possible with a $7 million commitment from the Barnes Fund. And thank you again for that support. This Barnes Fund support will turn renters into owners. Residents will sit on the board and control their own housing costs and shape their own policies. They are building modest, what we call pocket wealth. And because we are pairing the cooperative with a community land trust, that affordability will never expire. There is no covenant that lapses once the mortgage is paid off. There are no resubsidizing the same units. The land comes off the speculative market permanently. That is what the Barnes Fund is making possible, and it is why I'm asking you to go further than the mayor's proposal. We are grateful for the largest ever general fund allocation of $22 million, but Metro's own unified housing strategy calls for a minimum of $30 million a year. So we're not asking for something new. We are asking you to fully fund the Barnes Fund to the $30 million level that your own strategy says Nashville needs. We stand with our friends, many who have spoken tonight, from NOAA, Stand Up Nashville, the Southern Movement Committee, and the Nashville People's Budget Coalition, and our neighbors who are working to create social housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Metro Council. My name is Shatika Davis. I am the co-owner of Bridging the Gap Learning Center, founder of the Chris Foundation, and founder of the Bridge Network. The Bridge Network is a statewide organization supporting home-based childcare providers. I am speaking tonight as a provider, an advocate, and someone who has spent more than 2 decades serving Nashville's children and families. I want to be clear. Nashville does not simply have a child care affordability crisis. We have a child care access crisis. Families cannot afford care because there is not enough care. Last year, I made the decision to create more child care opportunities for families by opening Bridging the Gap Learning Center. I was investing in my community. What followed was a maze of barriers, fees, approvals, inspections, zoning requirements, and delays that many small providers simply cannot survive. The reality is that every time a child care provider gives up, closes their doors, or decides not to expand, families lose access. Children lose opportunities, parents lose options, and our workforce loses workers. The reason Bridging the Gap Center exists today is because of organizations like the Equity Alliance, who stepped up and believed that child care matters. The Equity Alliance stood by me as I navigated barriers that often keep small providers from opening doors. But the truth is, families and providers should not have to rely on luck, connections, or extraordinary persistence just to access or create child care. The stories are heartbreaking and predictable. Parents are working multiple jobs and still can't afford care. It is the infrastructure that allows parents to work, business to operate, and children to thrive. If we are serious about economic development, workforce participation, family stability, we have to be serious about childcare.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I hope you are having a good night so far. Thank you, by the way, for bearing with us in this meager form of Democratic representation. I know it's a long night. I'm Zach. I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America here in Middle Tennessee, and I just wanted to talk to you about some preventative care that maybe we can do for our city. I'm a big fan of preventative practices. It's important to learn from your mistakes and prepare for what's going to come next. We all know about Winter Storm Fern. It knocked out power to nearly 230,000 Nashvillians. Thousands were without electricity for nearly weeks. The total damage is estimated at $140 million. The budget increase proposed by the mayor does raise funding for the Office of Emergency Management, but most of that goes to warning sirens and response positions, not prevention for the next disaster. We need to be proactive in investing in sustainable stormwater runoffs, hardened power infrastructure, and most consequentially, dedicated funding to protect our most vulnerable neighborhoods. These types of investments pay for themselves tenfold, both in cost reduction for disaster relief and in the lives that they save. Climate resilience is not a luxury. It's life or death for the working people in this city. Preventing the next disaster requires a comprehensive program. Preparing and planning for future needs to be the highest priorities. That means going beyond disaster prep, solving issues at the root, creating better infrastructure, social housing, community-centered, and led programs. All of these things contribute to building a resilient city. All of these things have been talked about by the number of people who've spoken before. The people of this city need to know that their lives are prioritized by the city. Every time you vote, I want you to ask yourself, how does this center the people of Nashville? How does this preserve the land of Tennessee? Is there a way to make this program sustainable, equitable, and natural for the environment? Nashville can be a model for a new future, and it can be a better future.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Go ahead and come on up.
Hello, Council. My name is Ariel Fears, and I am a resident of the 16th District for 12 years, and I'm a member of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. I'm here tonight to urge you to fully fund our Housing and Safety for All plan, which includes the $500,000 for staffing that you've been hearing about from so many people tonight. I am raising my family here, and since we've been here, many of our friends have had to move away just due to the impossible housing situation and due to safety concerns for them or their children. And that's lonely, and it's an unrecognizable place in many ways. And it's getting harder and harder to stay here, not only because, of course, we're financially squeezed. As someone mentioned before, my family sure as hell can't afford childcare. My partner and I just trade our children off like this to each other all the time, which limits how much we can work anyway. I stay because I'm stubborn and because of people like this behind me and because I can hang on a little bit longer. But it's increasingly hard to do that without extreme dissatisfaction at the fact that our city is funding punishment more than it funds prevention. And I don't care what anyone says, I care about what we're actually funding, okay? We are watching that. You've heard people say we want co-governance, I co-sign that. You've heard lots of things tonight. And as someone who works in healthcare myself, but in private practice, it's abhorrent to me that our government healthcare workers have to come up here and plead every year just to have some kind of reasonable pay. It's insulting to me. It must be insulting to you to have to operate in that kind of system. We have to find a way to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Come on forward. You're recognized.
How y'all doing? My name is Trevor Gwynn. I live in District 32. A little bit of a confession. This is my first public hearing. So welcome. I kind of sat back and observed as I listened to everyone tell their stories. I'm here on behalf of Nashville's People Budget Coalition to ask that you fully fund the Housing and Safety Plan for All. That's in whole $25 million budget ask with $500,000 for social housing staff, $9 million for social housing revolving loan fund, $13 million for community safety fund, $2 million for the REACH non-police mental health program. So a bit off the cuff for me as I listen to each and every one of the citizens come up and talk about their issues, they seem to all be rooted in the same thing of affordability of living in this city. And not, I've been in Antioch since 2014, and like my constituents, I'm gonna echo her saying as well. It's hard building a community here with people you love, working class people that are working hard to make this city run and be a nice place to live. But it's sad hearing that they have to leave because they cannot afford the city that they are living in. It's frustrating. I have 2 little boys now, and I'm trying to look for a new place to stay. And with the rise in the pricing of homes, it always seems like, well, I just can't afford to be here the next place that I go. I'm asking that you please fund this social housing program. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. My name is Malik with a C. I just moved from Councilman Cupin's district into Councilman Cap's district with my fiance about 2 weekends ago in East Nashville. So waiting on my government-issued trucker hat, which is the East Nashville uniform. On behalf of the Nashville Area Chamber, I want to add to the chorus of voices speaking in support of housing advocacy, the 2,000 businesses we represent, and the tens of thousands of employers. We know in Nashville that housing is one of the biggest challenges we're facing. Last year, the average down payment for a house was over $50,000. We now know that the majority of Nashville's public workers can't afford to live in the city, and the majority of working class Nashvillians can't afford to buy a house inside of the city. One thing I want to say, though, is as a public policy professional like each of you, we know that we're trying to pay for this budget by rubbing 2 nickels together. The city doesn't have that much money. But we know that other cities are able to do these innovative financing models. Our neighbors in Austin were able to pass $350 million in voter referendum passed bond financing. Our neighbors in Charlotte were able to do $250 million for similar things. But we know that the $69 million in the housing budget today is the foundation of how we do this in the future. So my request for each of you is that we've heard some pretty incredible things from all of our neighbors from all over Nashville. They're each incredibly important. My request is to make it additive and not remove anything from the current housing budget, because any dollar removed from the $69 million we have right now is just going to make it harder to build affordable housing in the future. Thank you each for all of your time.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hello, everyone. My name is Antoine Christensen Galena, and I'm on the commission that oversees the Barnes Fund, and I live in Terry Poe's district. So today, the most effective tool that the city has to meet the affordability crisis is the Barnes Fund. Last year, with $35 million, the Barnes Fund backed the construction of nearly 800 homes and attracted $274 million of outside investment. So here's how it all works. The Barnes Fund gives nonprofits money to build houses. The nonprofits bring their proposals to a commission, which then grades projects and decides whether or not they'd be a good use of our city's money. Last year, we were only able to fund half of the projects that nonprofits brought to us, and we said no to a lot of projects that I wish we'd been able to build. But what we have been able to build has been spectacular. The magic of the Barnes Fund is the creativity of the nonprofits. They bring us projects that couldn't get done in other cities. We've supported projects like homes built on church land. We've funded a beautiful house on a flower farm for expectant mothers. We funded a project that refurbished an old motel to give teens who aged out of orphanages a place to call home instead of being left to the streets. Across the country, people have been calling our housing office in Nashville to ask about the Barnes Fund. Why? Because we've successfully built a tool that helps nonprofits build homes for people. We built policies and procedures that ensure those homes are built to high environmental, accessibility, and building standards. We've built thousands of good homes for thousands of families. As a city, we should be proud of the Barnes Fund. I am, and Nashville needs it fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
To the Vice Mayor and the Council, my name is Melvin James. I'm from Murray County. I'll be 61 July 3rd of next month. I met this coalition 2 weeks ago knocking on my door. about the housing thing. I can be pointed at, whatever. God has been good to me. I raised one kid, he's 42, he's working in Nissan. I'm divorced as of 2008. I have bounced around from Murray County, Columbia, Tennessee, housing, here, White Bluff, White County. It's all about the money. I made a mistake of messing with checks in '99, so I really don't have no power to vote. I voiced my opinion. I can't get my voting right back, but I'm not switching over to the MAGA and all that to get it. Say all that. Help the people that need help. I mean, I'm making it. By the grace of God, I got assistance. Even being a felon, I got assistance. The street I live on, Weiss Creek Pike, we don't even have a bus thing now. Somebody hit it, so we got to stand out in the rain. Sidewalk from Trinity Lane to Haynes Garden where I live at. Barely got a sidewalk to walk on. That's enough before I cry.
Thank you for coming out. Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andrea Pemberton, and I am in District 21. I'm here with Stand Up Nashville and with Nashville People's Budget, and I'm here tonight to ask for two things. One is to invest in social housing, including $9 million for Social Housing Revolving Loan Fund and $500,000 for dedicated social housing staff. I'm also here to ask tonight for Council to create more opportunities for meaningful public engagement in the budget process. Political strategist James Carville once famously said, "It's the economy, stupid." But tonight, resident after resident has stepped up to make a similar statement painfully clear here. It's housing, dummies. Housing is at the center of so many of the issues our city is trying to address. Housing often determines whether someone can keep a job, recover from an illness, injury, or addiction, escape domestic violence, complete their education, start or expand their family, or age with dignity. Housing is healthcare, it's economic development, it's public safety, and it's educational opportunity. Without access to safe, secure, quality, affordable housing, every other problem becomes so much harder to solve. Housing may not be every individual's personal issue right now, but it is our city's largest collective problem, and it's only going to get worse if we don't address it. That's why I'm asking tonight for you to invest in social housing. An investment in social housing demonstrates that Nashville has the political courage to try new, innovative approaches to a problem that is growing faster than our existing solutions can address. Secondly, the line of residents waiting to speak tonight makes one thing clear: people want a meaningful voice in how public dollars are spent. If this many Nashvillians are taking time to come here and weigh in on the budget, we need a process that gives them more than 2 minutes at the microphone. I'm also asking for Council to expand opportunities for residents to participate in the budgetary process. On the front end, we can require departments to hold public budget workshops before submitting requests to the mayor, require public responses explaining how community recommendations are addressed, and bring back participatory budgeting programs where residents can propose projects, departments can review for feasibility, and the public can vote on final investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. No, come on up. Just right after the next person, come on up. Don't wait for the claps, which should not be happening, but keep on coming. You're good. Go.
Hello, my name is Megan. I live in District 5. One of my favorite things about living in Nashville is the community-mindedness of its residents. I feel really proud to be a part of and I'm inspired by the group of people here. I'm here to support the ask of the funding of $500,000 to an administrative account for staff that will facilitate permanently affordable housing. Treating homeownership as an investment rather than an expense sees returns in the form of residents who are deeply connected to their city and its long-term well-being, like the people you've heard from tonight. They know Nashville the best because they are the best of Nashville. It might seem that on the whole, some of the budget requests being made are in competition with one another, that funding 1 and 2 could mean 3 and 4 won't be funded. I want to point out that these requests are all being made by residents, showing up and speaking up for their home and their neighbors, arranging work schedules, childcare, transportation, preparation, research, and committing to speaking to their representatives directly. It's an amazing thing. And I want to take quick notice of which interests are not here tonight and let that speak for itself. I strongly urge you to invest in social housing for the residents who have already invested so much in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I'm Mason Caples. Once again, I'm before you. I've done work with the Equity Alliance, also Stand Up Nashville. I'm most notably SEIU speaker. Today, I'm just going to give you what I've been experiencing in the past year. In November, Sheriff Nikki Taylor, she was touted for stopping and helping an individual who needed help on the side of the road. He was incapacitated. There's also Corporal Marvin Ramsey. He's another sheriff who was recognized in February because he, during those storms, he offered his room to an individual, an elderly couple who couldn't stay at the hotel because they were full. These are stories about Nashville, caring about Nashville. We're asking you to care about Nashville as much as we do. The people who live here, who work here, not just the nurses against the healthcare workers against the students, against the doctors. We all are asking for funding. And in the fundamental, I went and sat, and our students are at the highest level in Davidson County. They're peaking at the top level of history. They're doing the best. Our students have Grammy, Tony Awards. Why are you not funding teachers? They're the individuals who's teaching these kids to be this great. It's up to all of us to keep us going. Housing is a fundamental right. That's how I feel. There is no reason that Bill Barnes' funding should ever be reduced. These are the things, I'm a beneficiary of Bill Barnes. These things are things that other individuals sat and said, this is important. I know you all will do the right thing. Keep doing it. Please do something about the minimum wage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward.
I'm Angus, but y'all know that. This is my favorite meeting of the year because y'all don't get paid by the hour. I'm tired. I don't want to be here. But once again, all of these neighbors inspired me to come down and speak truth to power. I've listened to lots of folks tonight mention unfulfilled promises. We do this every year because you continue to fail the people who call Nashville home. It's Pride Month, and one of my closest friends, a trans woman, felt she had no choice but to flee Nashville days ago because it is no longer a city where she could feel safe. Not because she didn't have a robust community of support, but because elected officials don't have the courage to make bold decisions. The mayor wanted us to stay, and yet every day this city feels like less like a place anyone would want to call home if they could even afford it. I'm sick of begging for scraps. I'm sick of catering to tourists and downtown bar owners. I'm sick of having to annually ask you to even attempt to meet the basic needs of your constituents. We do not want surveillance. We do not want police drones. We do not believe that cops keep us safe. We do not want expanded business partnerships. We have pretty humble requests for safe streets, affordable housing, accessible green space, fully funded schools, public transit accessibility, a robust library that doesn't have to close because special interests blew up an adjacent garage. All we want is for you to serve the people of Nashville, to prioritize the most basic needs of our neighbors. I never thought I would do this, but I'm going to quote Lamar freaking Alexander from a recent local podcast appearance. My advice would be to use your word. Focus on the soul of Nashville, on the music, on the parks, on the people, on the schools. Focus on those things.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on up. You're recognized.
I'm Jessica. I live in District 7. Emily is my council person. Is she here? That's a bummer. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow Angus. He kind of said it all. I would like to specifically ask that you fully fund the Nashville People's Budget Coalition's, you know, the plan, everything. Everybody's already said it tonight. I'm going to make it quick. Don't give public money to people like the Musica Foundation fountain party, whatever. I mean, a fountain would be cool. Alan LaQuire, arguably like a Nashville treasure, but I mean, Virgin Hotels could sneeze $50,000. You know what I mean? Like that's insane. People are begging for their like lives and livelihoods. So yeah. Ooh, that was quick.
Thank you. Next, go ahead. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Philip Kinzer, and I live in District 24. I've lived in Nashville for almost 29 years, but my roots go back way further than that. My family's been here for several generations. I'm here tonight because I believe in the Nashville People's Budget Coalition's Housing and Safety for All plan. In the time that I've been here, Nashville has become a city where workers struggle to afford rent, let alone to buy a home. In the city where the median housing outpaces the median income, there's been very little done to balance that. Like many of my peers, I've been applying for jobs in other cities, hoping to leave and find a place where my income is more suited to living. I want to make Nashville a place where the people who work here can live. My concerns are not just for my life, but for those around me. I don't just want a city safe for myself, but for the strangers that I pass on the street. I want to live in a city where everyone feels valued. I believe that the value is expressed in many ways, but the way we spend our money is the most obvious one. We need to be investing in long-term housing solutions to give people safe and dignified places to live. I believe the People's Budget Coalition plan is a strong first step in showing Nashville citizens you actually want us to stay here.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Nevo Polonsky. I'm a resident of District 5, and I'm a member of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. I'd like to use my time to uplift our organization's Safety and Housing for All plan, specifically the importance of funding requested to hire staff, administrative service fees dedicated to furthering social housing in Nashville, and funding for a revolving loan fund used to finance social housing development. I believe that a budget is both a reflection of a community's values and a roadmap to address existing problems. We all know that access to affordable housing is a problem in Nashville. Similarly, I feel confident in saying that everyone wants to feel safe in their community, and we're looking for creative solutions to improve community safety. One solution Nashville is working towards is creating 750 new beds in the form of a jail, which may cost up to $410 million. Separating people from their communities after harm has already happened. I bring up the jail because the amount of money our organization is asking for, just under $10 million for new permanently affordable housing, pales in comparison to the money we are ready to dedicate to that new jail. Social housing offers an alternative that I would like to believe is more in line with our values as a community. Additionally, as my peer Madeline noted, research shows that providing affordable housing reduces crime, especially violent crime. When we have the option to make our communities more safe by addressing crime before it happens, I think we should take that option. I would rather live in a community that values providing support to our neighbors in need instead of punishing people after they cause harm. I would rather live in a community that focuses on proactive solutions to community safety instead of reactive punishments. I'd rather live in a community where everyone has a home. This budget is an opportunity to affirm the values that drive our community and decide what solutions we will prioritize to address the problems that face us. Please support the social housing plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey everyone, good evening, good night, whatever it is. I don't even know if it's the next day yet.
We got 2 more hours till that, so.
Whew, I was getting a little worried there. My name is Kenneth Hamby. I work as a specialty pharmacy liaison at Nashville General. I'm also a very proud member of District 3. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble, for everything that you continue to do for us, and all of you. I mean, this is an insane thing to go through. This is my first one, and I cannot imagine doing this as a part-time gig. That's incredible. So as I said, I work at Nashville General, so that's what I'm here to talk about. I've been with Nashville General for a year now, but I've been a player in the Nashville healthcare game much longer. Even in my short time at Nashville General, I've quickly learned how important this hospital is to the people of Nashville. I work closely with patients who often need assistance accessing specialty medications, treatment coordination, and healthcare support they may not otherwise receive. Many of our patients are already dealing with serious, complex medical conditions while also facing financial hardships, housing, Nashville General helps ensure that they are not forgotten. Not to mention, we are one of the only healthcare institutes in all of Nashville that even accepts a Medicaid patient, which is insane too. The hospital is obviously a crucial part of our city. This year, the majority of Metro workers across many different departments, which thank all of them. I mean, the show of support is amazing across all the departments. Have foregone a lot of their funding requests to make sure that we are compensated fairly for the things that we've done for years without, getting that. So shout out to them. They've really made us a priority, and I hope one day we can return the same favor. The reality is healthcare costs continue to rise every single year. Medication costs rise, operating costs rise, patient needs continue to grow, yet Nashville General continues to fight every budget season just to secure necessary funding, let alone a cost of living raise. I will say we also contend with much less important issues, quite frankly. I chose to go last, as Nashville General often does, so I hope that that's taken into account.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on forward. You're recognized.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lilia. I'm from District 20. Been here since 2013. Family came up here from South Georgia. And I recently became an independent renter. Shout out Nashville General and MNPS. My mom was a public school teacher in Williamson County, so I get it. And I am also here expressing that I would love for you to fund the full Nashville People's Budget Coalition Housing and Safety Plan for All. It's a mouthful. And while I have not faced housing insecurity myself, except for recently became this renter, and you know what? I'm feeling it already. I am familiar with the cycles of violence and how the two are often very connected. I've had friends recently who have had to stay in unsafe housing situations because of violence, neighbors as well, and thinking about the Super Bowl coming up and the fact that people are living on the streets, which is no place to live. I don't want to be like the example of Atlanta where people are sweeping up homeless people from the street. There's a lot of people that, are willing to help with this. And I think the alternative of social housing in lieu of affordable housing is that affordable housing is subject to market fluctuations. So social housing would be more permanently affordable. And I think if you also look like me and your family or generations have benefited from land owning in the South, now is the time to start turning the tides. And if you vote against that, then I'm not saying anything, but, there might be something after, you perish into the afterlife. I don't want to say anything, but, do the right thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, come on forward. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Trina Hewell, and I live in District 6. Let us get real about what we need. A people's retainer of Jigsaw's Sam Reed. Get the people listed as a billable client, so on this one night a year, we're no longer reliant. Sam works for the Titans and for the NDP, whose private police could replace MMPD. At least the Central Precinct, we could sell it for parts, convert it to apartments or studios for the arts. Maybe Sam could convince y'all to invest in the grid, or to hide power lines like the unhoused y'all hid. Maybe we could get Sam to restore our power if only we could afford Jigsaw's billable hour. Instead of wondering why Freddie's staff wears Jigsaw swag, let's get us on his roster and get Sam Reed his bag. Until we do, we should refuse all taxation when Sam's the only one here with real representation. The satire is over, but our housing crisis isn't. Instead of answering any ask from MMPD, the least trusted department in the city, which keeps bypassing the people's will and this council's authority to deploy corporate surveillance technology like Fusus and illegal drones, I'm asking you to fund what the people actually need. A permanent eviction diversion court. Permanently affordable social housing, at least 1% of the budget dedicated to local arts, with half of that going directly to individual artists. Fully fund the varsity spending plan and find the missing $8 million for the Barnes Housing Trust Fund. And lastly, fund the solidarity budget and make Nashville General whole. Nashville, boycott 8th and Roast. Thank you.
All right. Next, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Claire Hennigan. I am a community organizer with NOAA living in District 5, although I am going to have to move soon because Nashville is in a crisis. The people who keep the city running are being priced further and further out of it. I'm sure many of you sitting in front of me are feeling this. Your neighbors are changing, workers are disappearing, and homes in your district, maybe even your own, aren't affordable anymore. We have a chance to build a better Nashville. The Unified Housing Strategy is extremely clear. It states, as Nashville's most significant and flexible source of local affordable housing subsidy, the Barnes Fund often plays a pivotal role in the funding process of affordable housing by contributing the first grant funds to a capital stack. Now that was a mouthful, and I hope I'm not alone saying I barely understood that when I first read it. But then I listened to developers like Nelson Community Partners, First Horizon Bank, and Clark Memorial United Methodist Church even, who have used Barnes funds exactly that way, to open a door to more money, or really to open doors and windows and skylights and whatever else, because every dollar we put into the Barnes fund yields 9 more elsewhere. This is why $30 million is so important. When we invest in Barnes, people invest in Nashville. The UHS is not a multiple choice quiz. NOAA stands strong with our allies in the People's Budget and Stand Up Nashville. When we say this, your cost-burdened constituents don't deserve to be treated with scarcity thinking. Not when downtown just received almost $15 million in a state grant, not when we've been sounding the alarm for decades, and definitely not when we have a Super Bowl coming to town in just 4 years. 65% of households in Nashville do not earn enough to buy a house, and over 50% of us are spending too much on rent. As my friend Kenitha Patterson would say, these are not statistics, these are warnings. Our educators, police officers, firefighters, city council staffers can't afford to stay here. Do our city's employees want more tanks and cameras or real opportunities to actually own a home in the city that they serve? Please fund the entire Unified Housing Strategy and put $30 million into the Barnes Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I'm Stacey Elliott, a resident of District 16, a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, a member of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition, and a union member who supports the solidarity budget and social housing. Like most of us, I know we need investments that actually serve the people who live and work here, instead of passing budgets that keep finding new ways to hand our money over to the capitalist Epstein class. I don't have time to cover a comprehensive list of factors on how we got to this current housing crisis, but here's a brief recap. As this country's housing policy moved farther and farther away from recognizing housing as a basic human need and right, it leaned more into technocratic policy that makes housing a commodity controlled by the greed and whims of an ever-shrinking group of corporations and private firms, all the while being subsidized by our public tax dollars. Decades of divesting from the public good of government housing and investing in neoliberal schemes driven by anti-blackness and anti-communism is largely how we got to the capitalist hellscape of economic violence we're currently enduring. All that to say, we know that any market-based or neoliberal scheme for forcing the taxpaying public to split housing responsibilities with capitalist firms ultimately only benefits the exploiter class of landlords, while the public foots the bill and becomes more precarious. Working-class renters in Nashville already pay an arm and a leg just to be able to barely scrape by in housing, where neglectful absentee landlords collect fat checks from our wages, subsidized by our tax dollars, while landlords faced almost no recourse when they refused to make repairs or even provide basic accommodations. We can't count on private actors and so-called public-private partnerships to responsibly steward public dollars because being a decent human being would cut into their profits too much. We want what has been proven to be effective in countries all around the world, including the U.S., social housing, permanently affordable housing, where instead of having a slumlord and rising rent costs, residents have dignity and autonomy. We want funding for social housing that allows working-class people of Nashville to live in housing that is democratically held by the people and is permanently affordable for the people. Free Tony Carruthers, free Palestine, free them all. Thank you.
Next, go ahead.
Buenas noches. I'm Luis Pedraza. I live in District 13. I am new to Nashville. Finally came back after 29 years. Haven't been in Nashville since I was about a year old, and you guessed it, it's because housing. So now that I lived here this year, I thought it'd be really great to go to my first council meeting and talk to you about why you should put $500,000 in an admin account for staff that will catapult the self-sustaining housing model forward. Permanent affordable housing is not just a dream, it's a worthwhile goal that acknowledges working class families are the backbone of the city. This is a measurable step towards that goal. Mira, as a community member that has worked with thousands of people from an immigrant or refugee background and people in mixed status households like mine growing up, I know that housing instability is one of the biggest indicators of whether or not you thrive in your community, especially in the city. Planning for the future and putting down roots becomes hard when every month you have to pay for the roof over your head and that roof has a lot of damage that hasn't been fixed by a very shady landlord. Mira, les voy a decir la verdad. It's not news. It's not an exaggeration. It's a simple truth that no council person here could deny today, and that's that Latino, immigrant, Black, working class, and refugee community members are the ones that run the city. Not the millionaires who have bars over on Broadway, not the millionaires who own the buildings in downtown or the Gulch in Midtown or wherever. It's not the millionaires who, sorry, it's a little bit emotional with this, man. It's not just the people who open hospitals, reap the benefits from the working class, who make sure that hospital runs, and then they send those funds that trickle down to a few dozen millionaires who don't even live in the States. The people who make Broadway function day and night, the people who ensure our hospitals are open, our libraries are open, who maintain our streets and keep them clean, the people who provide education to our youth, the people who help navigate their neighbors when they are in crisis, those are the people that run this town. So invest in social housing.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. Happy Pride. It's exciting to see all these flags as a person who's lived in Tennessee my whole life. My name is Sophia Lawson, and I'm a community member with Stand Up Nashville, and I work as a middle school teacher here in Nashville. Tonight, I'm here to request that you put $500,000 in an admin account for staff that will catapult the self-sustaining housing model forward. I want to bring your attention to a few individuals in this city: the teachers and school support staff who get to school hours before the students arrive, the nurse pulling an overnight shift at a hospital downtown, the Metro bus driver starting their route before sunrise, the child care worker who makes it possible for everyone else to get to their jobs. The thing that all these people have in common is that Nashville cannot function without them, and increasingly, Nashville is making it impossible for them to afford to live here. It's hard for me to count the number of teachers, cafeteria workers, custodians, bus drivers, paraprofessionals that I have met in my school who are having to live up to an hour from the school that they support due to the current affordability crisis. These people show up every day because they believe in supporting the students of this city, but are unable to live sustainably in the areas that they support. A city that cannot house the people who run its schools, staff its hospitals, drive its buses, and care for its children is quietly dismantling itself. Essential workers should not have to feel like a martyr to the cause of keeping the city functioning. The Housing Production Fund is a direct response to that problem. Permanently affordable, publicly owned housing gives essential workers a real shot at living in the communities that they serve. We're asking for the infrastructure to build homes where the people who keep Nashville running can actually afford to live. Please fund the Housing Project Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Erica Moat, and I'm a community member here with Stand Up Nashville. Tonight, I'm here to request that you put $500,000 in an admin account for staff that will launch the self-sustaining housing model forward. One thing I love about Nashville is the community I've built here. It's what is not measurable by the construction permits or tourism revenue or population growth. You can't measure the community. The people who watch your cat when you're out of town, the teachers who've taught 3 generations of the same family, the local bartender who knows you're a regular when you walk in the door, the feeling of knowing the names of the people on your block. These things are harder to count, but they matter just as much as the other economic indicators. The challenge Nashville faces is that many of these people who are creating these relationships and community are finding it harder to stay. Not because they stopped contributing, caring, or loving for the city, but because housing costs keep rising faster than income. Every time someone leaves because they can no longer afford to remain, Nashville loses something. It's becoming a transient city, built for those not keeping the most integral parts of our city running, but the corporations and tourism that much of our city's money is going to. My peers and I are at a point in our lives where we're trying to decide whether we are going to build our lives, our families, and our communities here, or if we'd be better served to go elsewhere. I want to stay here, somewhere that prioritizes communities that are struggling before the tourists and corporations. Stand Up Nashville's proposal is based on the belief that the people who support the city should have a future in it. That's why we're asking for funding to create a social housing development entity, because we need tools that do more than react to displacement after it happens. Nashville Future should include the people who make Nashville what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Lucas Simmons. I'm a professional engineer and I am a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, Middle Tennessee chapter. I'm here on behalf of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. You've all heard the talking points that we've been making, but I want to speak on my own experiences. Here in Nashville, I've been practicing engineering for about 6 years, and I've worked on a lot of these private affordable joint ventures. I've worked with Holiday Ventures, I've worked with Dominium Group, and it seems to me that every single time they will cut costs and they will cut corners to build a development while not being able to sustain that development in the future. And I think that the answer in the future of Nashville should be social housing. I'm not gonna go through the numbers again. I think you guys get it. But I just think that we should do something different. We should try something different, and I'd really appreciate your support in that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey, what's going on, Council? Andrew Okiki, Nashville native, member of Mid-10 DSA and People's Budget Coalition. Fully support People's Budget Coalition and what they're doing to get affordability to Nashville and housing. But, you know, sitting through this tonight, after hours of hearing what people had to say, you know, I can't not think that maybe this is a sham in some ways, that maybe you don't hear the people and what they're saying. And I gotta think, you know, what you do when you leave this room today and how you vote is really gonna mean something to the people that were here. Because if you don't vote that way, I mean, what do they think to the people that you serve here? You know, that says something. We came as a unified front with many groups here, speaking on things that matter to them. In some ways, they're trying to survive and live a life. Growing up in Nashville, all my life, I see, you know, certain interests coming and taking grift onto the city that I love. I choose to stay here. I'm going to be here. I move a lot in your council districts, and I see these stories and I feel these stories. And I'm just asking, pleading that you take something from this and you're not following the status quo or whatever interests you serve the people here. If you feel tired and fatigued, the inaction that you may do, you're gonna really feel some fatigue then. So please vote with the people here and take these stories to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, y'all. I'm Seamus, and I live in District 18. To borrow a line from Nina Simone, freedom is living with no fear. By show of hands, Council, would you say that you believe in protecting our freedom? Would y'all? See Berkeley? Do any of y'all? Okay. Every year you hear from folks across the city who say that we do not believe in reactionary punitive policing. Folks who oppose surveillance, and neighbors who come begging for material support like fair cost of living adjustments, community education, and decommodified housing. These conversations always center on a deep fear of tangible consequences of what will happen if y'all ignore us. I'll tell y'all what. We're afraid for our family, for our friends, family, and neighbors in this city. We're afraid for the lives destroyed and senselessly ripped away from us because you protected brutal policing. We're afraid of the stalking as we are seeing from fascist ICE officers enabled by surveillance technology. We're afraid that you will sell out our workers and children, the beating heart of Nashville, for a quick dime from tourists. And most of all, we're afraid that y'all will once again toss aside the hope, effort, and livelihood of our neighbors. For once, this city has got to take a risk. Doing the right thing, supporting the people who run this city, requires y'all to take innovative risks. If y'all believe in protecting our freedom, then you will listen to the people who have come here tonight and the many more who are not able to show up. Following Nina Simone's idea for the people of Nashville to have freedom, you must address our fears.
Thank you. Welcome, you're recognized.
Hello, thank you for your patience and your endurance. I'm one of the last people speaking because I don't have the endurance to stand up for a long time. I think I was here first speaking at a budget hearing 35 years ago, speaking in favor of quality childcare, and I'd like to speak again in favor of that. I'm here representing the Nashville Peace and Justice Center. We're a coalition of 27 nonprofit, nonpartisan organizations and several thousand individuals. And so this year, just like the year last year, I've been sent to support the People's Budget Coalition's request for permanently affordable social housing and also for people-friendly community safety. So all the years that I've lived in Nashville, two things that I've noticed. One is, of course, the increasing glamour and the cost of living here. The other thing is not just Nashville, but nationally, statewide, and citywide, the militarization of so-called safety. And so I met Mayor Freddie at the Earth Day Festival, and I was chatting with him and I was telling him that the downtown partnership has got to be made accountable and has got to be made transparent. He assured me that the city council would do that. So I hope it will do that. Martin Luther King spent his life combating the triple evils of racism, militarism, and unbridled greed. And I'm afraid that Nashville, right now, although it was the home of the civil rights movement, I don't think it measures up very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, everyone. My name's Alexandria Danner. I am the Metro organizer with SEIU, and I was originally not planning on speaking tonight. I don't have anything prepared to say, but I am feeling particularly called because I've been through this process for a long time, and a lot of you have, and it's been a really painful night for all of us on this side of the wall and all of you on that side of the wall. And I cannot think of anything else besides how much this process is just busted. Y'all know this process is busted. All of us on this side know this process is busted. The mayor knows it's busted. Metro HR and finance know it's busted. All of the department heads and everyone down the chain, everybody knows that this is busted. And for Louis, who came here earlier and talked about his perspective, for all of the Metro employees and the MNPS employees who are willing to sacrifice the food on their table and the money that they're going to be able to spend on their kids' clothing to be able to make sure that their coworkers and their friends and their community members over at the hospitals are made whole, for them to make that sacrifice, and then for us to hear, I heard 3 or 4 hours ago when we were getting here that now their health insurance is going to go up by what, 15, 16, 18%? And so that just leaves me with, what are we doing here? If every year the onus is put on you, 28 days, 29 days before the end of the month, that all of these people you have to make these employees whole every single year, this process should be done at the beginning. This process should be done in November, in December, January, February. Why is this happening at the end of the goalpost every single year? People are having to beg for their lives. You've heard all of our asks this year from all of the employees, but I am personally begging all of you that this process has to be fixed before next year and the next year and the next year, because none of us, including all of you, can continue to do this. So thank you for the time that you've spent tonight to hear all of us out.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Michelle
This is gonna be
Flynn.
Last call. If anybody else wants to speak, please come forward. Pardon me. Go ahead.
Sure. Just a quick comment. I've been really struck tonight by the challenge for the council about flipping the way they look at budgeting. In addition to the question about doing this work earlier, it seems to me that funding first and foremost, what people here have said are the service needs in this community, and that be the point that from which a budget is then formed. First, you fund these things people have talked about, and then you sit and look at things like the police budget and other budgets that you have made, people have made requests or agencies have made requests to you about. Now, that may seem really odd to you, but I would say that is a thing that each of us does with our own families. We sit and say, what are their most pressing needs for our children? What are the most pressing needs for me to age out in this community, right? These are the kind of things that we do naturally as people that have a certain amount of money coming in, and there's demands on those resources. And if you were to sit first and say, what is it that people from the community need? It's not a paternalistic approach. It is actually an equitable approach. And then you sit and say, who else is asking us for money? For what things? And have you really heard them come and speak from their hearts and their souls about where this city needs to be and where it needs to go? I think it's a much different approach, a much more humane approach, and one that you can all be very proud of. And we can all be very proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alec Lobby. I am from District 18. You've heard a lot of good points today. A lot of you have probably already made up your mind on some of the things, so how you're going to vote on budget matters. So I'm not here to convince you on many of the great points you've heard. I agree, especially with the last speaker, that one of the things you've heard a lot today is about people's
Could you
needs.
move a little closer to the mic? Thank you. Just stand.
One of the things you've heard today was about a lot of people's needs. I want you to remember back to the start of this session. We started this session today with a prayer. Part of that prayer was talking about how a budget is a moral document. Now, I know for myself what my morals are. I ask you today what your morals are. Are your morals going to allow you to tell people that they don't need what they're telling you they need? Are you going to vote for a budget that doesn't fulfill their basic needs? And we as people have very few basic needs. You know, we need a purpose. We need sustenance, housing, healthcare, food and water. People have stood in front of you today and told you that they need housing, they need healthcare, they need food and water. Are you going to vote for a budget that doesn't give them that? So I want you to think about what your morals are when you end up voting, what your final decisions are, and make sure that you vote with your morals. And I want to leave you with one lesson that I learned pretty young from my parents today, is your words matter, but they don't matter at all unless your actions follow them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Metro Council. My name is Jessica Williams, and I reside in District 1. I want to start by saying that I really admire all the work that you all do in Nashville. I have taken time to really study and learn how the city operates, from the Metro Council to the Planning Commission, and just how all the decisions are made within the city. Something I do want to leave with you all is that as a real estate developer and owner of a real estate brokerage, Smart Girl Developments, I cannot help but notice how our city is falling apart. What I mean by that is a lot of our new construction builds are deteriorating away. So you see a lot of people's homes that have invested quite a substantial amount into their properties that no longer that are functioning or experiencing a lot of financial investment that they need to make back into their own homes. And so as I drive around and I would like to be able to see a better quality of bills being done and issued from the code side department so that we can ensure that we're delivering homeowners solid homes that are not dilapidating after 5 years of purchasing it. Also, I want to share as a real estate developer about my kids. So on 17th Avenue North, I had an opportunity to develop 2 homes, and I took all the kids that were on the block and taught them how to build the houses. And so when the homes were finished, they were able to do the open house and share with all of their family members and people in the community about their properties, or about those properties that they helped build. What I would like to see is at least $150 million into children, to investments, to the parks that they play in, to the sidewalks that they walk in, because they walk up and down the street and they really have nowhere to go.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey y'all, it's Kelly. I'm back. I was really mad, but honestly, I'm exhausted. And this whole thing is embarrassing. It's embarrassing for y'all. It's embarrassing for everyone here. Like, people come here every damn year and beg for scraps and pennies, and we act like there's all these other things that can't ever be touched. I have a specific memory last year discussing the substitute bill where somebody brought something and there was an ask for $10,000 or $15,000, and, you know, where's it going to come from? And somebody suggested MMPD budget, and we would never dare take $10,000 or $15,000 from MMPD's budget, from their $350 million they're given every year. It feels like someone has a gun to y'all's head, or someone has something on you, because we literally cannot break. We can take money from everywhere else. We feel comfortable, y'all feel comfortable taking money from schools, from kids, from starving elderly people, from people living on the streets, from organizations that help all of those people. You feel comfortable taking money from everywhere, but we have to make sure every cop has a car to take home. We have to make sure every cop has a body camera and a taser and a gun and a baton and everything else to brutalize the people of this city when they deem it necessary. And we never once stop and say, hey, what if we tried for 1 year to not give them 10% of our city budget? Crime is dropping without surveillance technology, I might add. Thank you to everyone who has supported that fight over the past 5 years. And we still, what adjustment has there been to MMPD's budget? What is the average? 21% less crime overall? Did we take 21% of their dollars? Or is that what you're gonna do? You have a few more weeks. Are you gonna do that? You're not. And you're not gonna tell me you're going to, because you would never do that. And so I wanna remind you that these are our kids. These are our elderly people. These are people who make the city what it is.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, go ahead.
She was on the road, Miss Angie. She just, okay, all right. How y'all doing? Shani Glapion, District 8 representing. I'm tired. I see y'all still holding strong. I appreciate that. They got we have some carrot cake out there if y'all need a little sugar rush, you know. So I'm here with Stand Up Nashville, and we are asking for you all to approve $500,000 to create a new housing entity that can build and own permanently affordable housing in Nashville. We are looking for staff right now, right? We want it in the admin budget. We're trying to find a home for it. You all have a whole lot of questions. You all want to know, how is this gonna work? What y'all asking us a lot of questions. I know my counterpart, Cade, has talked to you all, or attempted to talk to you all if you replied. And so with this $500,000, it allows us to have one individual that's going to help us push this thing forward. We can't expect you all to fully do it. We need somebody that can take that on as their full-time job and really get the answers that you all say you need in order to push this forward. And then when we think about where the money comes from, when I think about social housing, I think about all the people that have spoke before me. These are the people who social housing is for, right? So you got your teachers, you know, they are saying they're not making enough money. This type of housing allows them to have a permanent, affordable space to live in, to thrive in, to build their life upon. I am lucky to be a homeowner. I don't know where I would be living if I did not purchase my home in 2018. This rent is ridiculous, right? And so we need a place that has permanent affordability, at a spot where, you know, it's also mixed income so people can come together.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Take it home, Manning.
You're recognized.
Hey, that's a lot of pressure, District 5, Manning Hall. First off, I actually found a parking validation on the floor, so if anybody lost theirs, I got yours. You pulled in at 507. Y'all have heard a lot of great reasons of why to support social housing and social housing staff in this budget. The city will not move unless council members push it to. It is time to match the risk that everyday Nashvillians are taking by existing and living in the city that does not work for them right now. Please take a small risk and amend this budget with funds for social housing staff. Stay on Metro Finance and planning to issue bonds for housing. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant that tree is today. This is for all Nashvillians today and tomorrow and forever. Build social housing that is community controlled, community owned, and permanently affordable. And we'll be back to say thanks.
Thank you. Are you seeking to speak in the white jacket? Okay, go ahead, you're recognized.
Okay, good evening, council members. My name is Nikki Ellis, and I'm a proud resident of District 5, and I'm a Metro employee serving as a convenience center supervisor with the Department of Waste Services and the founder of Forward Focus, and I believe in Second Chances Initiative. 17 years ago, I was a healthcare executive and a vice president of marketing and business development. In 2009, I was convicted in federal court of misprision of a felony and served 18 months in the same federal facility as Martha Stewart. When I returned home, I quickly learned that serving my sentence was only part of the challenge. Rebuilding a life, supporting a family, finding employment, and securing stable housing represented obstacles that many people never see. Today, I stand before you not only as a Metro employee and a community advocate, but as proof that people can overcome their past when given the opportunity to support to do so. Unfortunately, many just as impacted individuals who are ready to work, care for their families, and contribute to our city still face barriers to affordable housing and coordinated reentry resources. And we know this challenge is significant in Davidson County because it's the home of the highest incarcerated zip code in the country. But this issue is much more about adults returning home. Here in Tennessee, approximately 144,000 children have experienced a parent incarceration. Let that sink in, 144,000. This is not simply a housing for justice impacted individuals' issues. It's about children. It's about families. It's about housing stability. And it's about the future safety of our communities. If we truly want safer communities, we must invest in the conditions that create safety.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming out. All right, seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, I will declare the public hearing closed at 10:50-ish. And I will go back to sponsor Toombs, Budget Chair, for a motion on your bill, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I move for approval with the re-referral to Budget and Finance, and I want to make a brief comment.
Okay. Let's see, I'm getting a committee report as well. Reminder
correct.
from special counsel.
Thank you very much. Let me find my paper.
I saw you taking a lot of notes, so I know it's under there somewhere.
All right, Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval with the re-referral to the Budget and Finance Committee. 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, renewing that motion. Is there a second? Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion? Oh, with a brief comment. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So for the viewing audience and the few folks who are still here, I just wanted to give just an overview of how we've gotten to this point and where we are in the process.
Yes, I appreciate that.
So in February, we had what's called a pre-budget hearing where individuals from the public could come and speak to the council.
Public comment, pre-budget public comment.
Sorry, pre-budget
yes,
public
ma'am.
comment.
Yes, yeah.
But anyway, so
yes,
that
February, early,
yes.
pre-budget.
So that community members could come out and talk to the council, and it also is an opportunity to publicly voice what they want to see in the budget ahead of the mayor's budget coming out. So that's interaction with the council. Then I hosted a 4-part budget education series in different parts of the county. And then we're here now at public hearing, which is another opportunity for the public to come and address the council. Obviously, any day of the week, you have the opportunity to reach out to your individual council member to talk about budget concerns. We've also been we had 2 weeks of council budget hearings where members of the public could have come and viewed those as well. We've also had council budget workshops this past week, and we have one tomorrow as well as Thursday, and those are open to the public. Folks can come and sit in and listen to the conversation. A lot of the groups that spoke today, we invited to those work sessions so that they could speak to council members and also speak with departments. So I want to put that out there because there's always an effort every year to involve the public earlier so that folks can feel like they have an input into the budget and it's not last minute. And when we get to today, where we have our public hearing, it's meant to be a conversation. It's not meant to be where the public has to come here and beg us to include things in the substitute budget. It is an opportunity to once again, because of life and work and family obligations, every council member doesn't get a chance to come to the budget hearings, doesn't get a chance to come to the work sessions. So this is another opportunity to get in front of council members and talk about what is important to you. It's not begging, it shouldn't feel demeaning. We are all community. And so this is a chance for us to come together and figure out what's to hear from the community about what ideas they want to be incorporated into the budget. Then obviously we take that back and try to make something out of that. And I just wanted to put that out there for the public. So this is supposed to be a collaborative process. We tweak it every year to try to make it better. But this is really about community and about what's best for Nashville. And with that, I ask for approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. Madam Chair, I know we're tired, but just because our charter requires it, again, as I alluded to at the start, we did not preclude anybody in that first public hearing talking about the capital improvements budget or the tax levy. But just from a procedural standpoint, our next agenda item is Agenda Item 2. This is Ordinance BL 2026-1378, sponsored Toombs. This is an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2026-2027 and declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter. Budget Chair Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, I'm going to declare the public hearing open on 1378, which is the tax levy. Is there anyone who seeks to be recognized specifically on the tax levy? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Chair Toombs, for a motion on this bill.
Do I do committee report first?
Yes, ma'am, you do. Thank you.
All right. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval with the re-referral to the Budget and Finance Committee, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Move for approval with the re-referral to Budget and Finance.
Okay, properly moved, properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this ordinance on its second of 3 readings? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting? Okay. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Mr. Eastlick, you'll be recorded as an abstention. Mr. Clerk, if you would. Next is Agenda Item 3, Ordinance BL 2026-1380, also sponsored Toombs, an ordinance adopting the 2026-2027 through 2032 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County as the official capital improvements budget of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Sponsor Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open on 1380. Is anyone seeking to be recognized? Go ahead, sir. You're very welcome.
Hey, y'all. I'm back. I'm still here, so I'll just comment on it. All right, so bonds, we're really trying to get that going. Already talked about it in the operating budget. When it comes to the capital improvements wish list this year and other stuff that y'all can put your weight behind, like we said, really looking for people to step into that leadership role and really get this ball moving. So this is a great chance for y'all to do that. To show the city that there is, a demand behind this and that council members really want us to invest in this new model. We can pilot this program with the bonds. We're a little bit ahead of where the city is on this, but again, that whole conversation about taking risks. So this is a great opportunity for y'all to do that. Hang in there, long night. Everyone's looking good. All right, bye.
Thank you. Is anybody else seeking to be recognized specifically on the capital improvements budget on its second of 3 readings? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Budget Chair Toombs, sponsor for a motion on this bill as well.
Committee report.
Yes, ma'am.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval with a re-referral to Budget and Finance, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, we also need a report from the Planning and Zoning Committee. Chair Horton, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion mindful of the June 9th special called meeting. Do you have that information that you need on that one, on that motion?
So move for approval with the re-referral to the June 19th meeting.
Yes, or June 9th, rather. So next Tuesday, there is a special called meeting specific to the CIB, okay? It's 6 o'clock meeting start, 5 p.m. joint special committee in advance of that 6 o'clock start. So that is the motion, passage on second, and a re-referral into the committees for a joint special committee meeting at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, June 9th. Is there a second for that extended motion? Thank you. Is there any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, anything? Yeah, yes, go ahead, please, Chair.
Mayor, in my previous comment, I forgot to include that the budget is on 3rd reading on June 16th. So council members will take into account all of the ideas that were shared today. There will be a substitute budget. We'll work on that, but 3rd and final reading, the final vote on the budget is June 16th, 2 weeks from today.
And I believe there's an extra opportunity for wish list, having heard or incorporated some of these.
Revised wish lists are due tomorrow, 11:59 p.m.
Okay, all righty. Okay, is there any further discussion on 1380, the CIB, Capital Improvements Budget? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, that concludes our bills on public hearing. All right, let's lean in, council members. We have a pretty short agenda. We've got a lot of stuff on our consolidated consent agenda, and let's just keep on rolling, okay? This is agenda section K. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all the committees to which The item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number for the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me. Members of the council may remove any items from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. All right. Here are the items proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. First is agenda item 7, resolution 2026-2000. Agenda item 8, resolution 2026-2001. Agenda item 9, resolution 2026-2002. Agenda item 10, resolution 2026-2003. Agenda item 14, resolution 2026-2007. Agenda item 17, resolution 2026-2010. Agenda item 18, resolution 2026-2011. Agenda item 19, resolution 2026-2012. Agenda item 20, resolution 2026-2013. Agenda item 21, resolution 2026-2014. Agenda item 22, resolution 2026-2015. Agenda item 24, resolution 2026-2017. Agenda item 25, resolution 2026-2018. Agenda item 26, resolution 2026-2019. Agenda item 27, resolution 2026-2020. Agenda item 28, resolution 2026-2021. Agenda item 29, resolution 2026-2022. Agenda item 30, resolution 2026-2023. Agenda item 31, resolution 2026-2024. Agenda item 32, resolution 2026-2025. Agenda item 33, resolution 2026-2026. Agenda item 34, resolution 2026-2027. Agenda item 35, resolution 2026-2028. Agenda item 36, resolution 2026-2029. Okay, that concludes the items or the resolutions proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. Next to bills on second reading proposed for the consent agenda. First among those is agenda item 77, ordinance BL 2026-1358. Agenda item 80, no, wait, agenda item 78. Is that a change, 78? On consent? Okay, agenda item 78, ordinance BL 2026-1379. Agenda item 80, ordinance BL 2026-1382. Agenda item 81, ordinance BL 2026-1383. Agenda item 82, ordinance BL 2026-1384. Agenda item 83, ordinance BL 2026-1385. Agenda item 84, ordinance BL 2026-1390. Next, for items on third reading, bills proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. First among those is agenda item 85, ordinance BL 2025-882. Agenda item 86, ordinance BL 2025-883. Agenda item 87, ordinance BL 2026-1368. Agenda item 88, ordinance BL 2026-1369. Agenda item 89, ordinance BL 2026-1370. Agenda item 90, ordinance BL 2026-1371. Okay. Agenda item 91, ordinance BL 2026-1372. Agenda item 92, ordinance BL 2026-1373. Agenda item 93, ordinance BL 2026-1374. Agenda item 94, ordinance BL 2026-1375. And then lastly, proposed for the consent agenda is agenda item 95, ordinance BL 2026-1376. Do any items need to be removed from the consent agenda? If so, members, please join the queue to request that. Excellent. There is no one in the queue. Mr. Clerk, are all committee reports in for the items on the consent agenda?
Yes, all committee reports are in.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members, is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda? Properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Council has passed all items on the consent agenda. All right, now we will go back in agenda order for items that were not on consent. First with resolutions. Okay, first among those is agenda item 4. This is resolution 2026-1801, sponsors Benedict and Bradford. This is a resolution urging the Electric Power Board of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to terminate the employment of Teresa Broyles-Applin as Chief Executive Officer of Nashville Electric Service. Ms. Benedict is not present. Mr. Bradford, you are next on the sponsor list there. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
For the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, Chair Cash.
We moved to indefinitely defer 5-0.
Okay. And for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Chair Evan Siegel, please.
The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee recommended that it be deferred indefinitely, 10 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. So with the sponsor not present, we have to, it's not over their objection in their absence, so we do have to take this up because Rule 8.2 does not apply here. So Mr. Bradford, would you like to make a motion, sir?
Yes, I believe is the sponsor's intent to defer this until after we get more information. So I will go with the committees and move for indefinite deferral.
Okay. There is a motion to indefinitely defer. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the indefinite deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This has been indefinitely deferred. Next is agenda item 5. This is resolution 2026-1954, sponsor Stiles. This is a resolution expressing a lack of confidence in the performance and leadership of the Electric Power Board of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for its failures during Winter Storm Fern. Let's see. Ms. Stiles, what we have here, though, instead, with you present and with Rule 8.2 in effect, which requires an indefinite deferral if recommended by committees with 2/3 over the objection of the sponsor. Okay, but we will need your committee reports. If you will request those, please, ma'am.
Committee reports, please.
Okay. For the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Chair Evan Siegel.
The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee recommended that it be deferred indefinitely, 10 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay. And for the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, Chair Cash.
Did nothing, no recommendation.
All right. Rule 8.2, though, simply requires the recommendation of an indefinite deferral in one committee. It does not require that of both committees. I presume, Ms. Stiles, that is over your objection? Okay. With that, Rule 8.2 is in effect such that, Special Counsel, what happens at this juncture, sir? it is then just indefinitely deferred by rule?
Yes, Vice Mayor. This would, in this case, there would be an indefinite deferral without debate or discussion.
Okay. All right, Ms. Stiles, thank you, Special Counsel, for the clarification. Okay, so that has been indefinitely deferred per Rule 8.2 with no debate or discussion. All right, next is Agenda Item 6. This is Resolution 2026-1963, sponsor Coupon. This is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2027 Central Business Improvement District budget and accepting previous Central Business Improvement District budgets. Mr. Coupon, you are recognized, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam President. Committee reports, please.
For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voters to recommend approval, 7 in favor, 2 against, 0 not voting.
All righty. That's the one committee report. Back to you, Mr. Coupon, for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval with a comment.
All right. Properly seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So appreciate all the work that's been done on this. And I'm speaking representing 22,000 downtown constituents and many businesses who do appreciate and want to see the work continue of the cleaning, safety, programming, and so much more that happens downtown. We've heard all night about really important things that have not been funded in the budget, and I appreciate the millions of dollars that downtown residents reach into their pockets and put into the bucket for our city to be better, and the whole city does realize that benefit. I recognize that that benefit does not always trickle out of downtown, and that's something I'm working on as well. But in this situation, it is, about honoring the wishes of these folks that are putting this hard-earned money into a bucket. Some of the concerns, as we know, since the expansion that have come up. One was about past budgets that we heard that for 2 decades it wasn't approved by council in an individual resolution. It was important to me, and I appreciate the Downtown Partnership supporting the efforts to bring this to y'all as you're seeing it tonight as a standalone. I also asked that they and finance go back through the records and put all the previous budgets in there so that we have those on the record as well. And so I appreciate that collaboration to make that happen. We talked about community safety funding and looking at alternative ways to make downtown safer, and appreciate, again, Downtown Partnership, Open Table, Councilman Suara, myself, working together on some initiatives that you should have got an email about, but we should have legislation in the coming weeks to set up dedicated mental health services for downtown. So really excited about that, and we know that the private policing has been a big conversation. We know that it's something that's important for downtown. We know that there have been questions about can MMPD staff it. I've had conversations as recently as today asking Central Precinct, is there any way that we can find the officers? And they reminded me that the EDU itself remains unfunded in this current budget. So they're trying to figure out how to put that together. So they don't have any extra people to do it. And so that being said, there's a new operator, and I've told folks day, night, morning, evening, 4 o'clock in the morning, if there is any issue, any incident, anything going on with private police or anybody downtown, call me, reach out to me. It's important to get to the bottom of it. I can't go back in time. I can't go back into whatever happened or didn't happen in the past, but my commitment going forward is to make sure that everything's taken care of. And again, the work, we spend a lot of time talking about a piece of the work that happens, but there's so much great work that happens with, again, cleaning, safety, programming, things that really make our downtown run. So appreciate all that work, and I urge my colleagues to support the resolution. Thanks.
All right, we are on to discussion. First in the queue is Quinn Evans-Siegel. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise tonight because I want to share something that happened last night in committee for those who were not able to be here, which is that I asked the Downtown Partnership if it was committed to going forward, making sure that safety was holistic, that it involved safe streets. And the answer I got was no. The Downtown Partnership views its mandate as clean and safe is trash and cops. And I think if you ask most Nashvillians what clean and safe means, it's not just picking up trash, and it is not just funding officers downtown. It means that when people walk on sidewalks downtown, that they feel like they're not gonna die. And what we have every single year downtown are tourists coming to this city, paying this fee and dying on our streets. They are dying on scooters. They are dying on our sidewalks. And the downtown partnership doesn't view that as a safety issue. It doesn't view the garage blowing up on us. And people are talking, and it always throws me for a little loop back
Yeah,
here.
please don't interject while a member's speaking.
But when the garage blows up and we have visitors and people who live here whose cars are stuck there for months on end in what is a hazardous site, that is neither clean nor safe. I believe very strongly that bids are important. And I believe that what this city asked for was a clean and safe downtown. Ironically, I'm going to, again, quote Lamar Alexander tonight. I don't think that he expected to be quoted twice at council tonight. But the first part of his quote, the latter of which we've already heard, was, well, I think the number one goal of the Chamber of Commerce should not be recruiting more jobs to Nashville, but keeping it a nice place to live. And that's what this bid should be focused on. It should be focused on a nice place to live, and a nice place to live looks nice and it feels nice, and it is actually safe in all the ways necessary for people to live downtown. And that's what the downtown partnership should be doing with this budget. This budget looks like a tax. It feels like a tax. It walks and talks like a tax. People believe it is a tax. You read on your receipt, it is a tax, and it is a sales tax required to be paid for a clean and safe downtown. And we owe it to everybody paying that tax to make sure that this budget is a reflection of a clean and safe downtown.
All righty. Councilmember Parker, I believe you sought to be recognized. We're having a little bit of a tablet issue there, but go ahead. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For whatever reason, when I hit the button, it's showing on my screen, but not on my colleagues' screens or
I'm
on your
not seeing
screen.
it here either. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I don't want to get too into the weeds. We've had a lot of good committee discussion about the CBID and how they utilize their funds. That I do want to note on the Safe Streets issue. I don't really think that the ask is for them. For me personally, my view, the ask is not for them to spend a bunch of their special collections on, like capital infrastructure improvements, but rather to stop impeding the deployment of safe infrastructure within their area. They have a habit of doing that. And again, I don't want to get too into the specifics. We had a lot of good committee discussion about that. I do want to talk about what we're doing here tonight. And I think I was the council member who read the code and realized that we were supposed to be doing this every year. I brought it up in a committee discussion, and what we've got before us now is not just the fiscal 27 budget, but decades of oversight that we're being asked to kind of engage with at 11:15 after a lengthy public hearing. I doubt that this has gotten the attention, either the fiscal 27 budget or the decades of oversight that it deserves. We've heard from the lobbyists and leadership of the organization that they are going to try to address some of these concerns that people have brought up. They have a new private police contractor. They say that they're going to stop blocking safe infrastructure downtown so that fewer people get hurt downtown. That's great. I haven't seen that yet. I need to see a little bit of a track record from this organization before I'm comfortable approving these budgets. So I'm going to be voting no, because I think that we have a critical oversight role with regards to this entity. It's spelled out what happens if this budget fails in this body. It's not the downtown partnership goes away. It's not that they don't have any funding. It's not that everything is terrible. It's that they have to redo their budget and they have to bring it back to us. And if the board members are curious what we need to see in a budget that gets voted down here, they can communicate with us. I would take a call from any board member of the downtown partnership or the CBID to talk about my concerns and what I would like to see out of this organization, how I think it could better serve the city. But I'm not ready, based on the issues that have arisen in debate in recent months, this year, last year, to vote for this. So I'm going to be voting against this, and I would encourage any colleagues who are interested in exercising our oversight authority over this entity to join me in voting no tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Coupin, I'm going to go through other colleagues before I return to you, sir, okay? Or were you seeking to be recognized again, or you just happened to be in the queue? Okay. Okay, all right. Mr. Huffman, you're next in the queue, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'll be brief with these comments. Really want to highlight a couple of things, colleagues. The first thing is that Solarian was a bad actor. We all know that. Terrible actor, not a good representation of this city. It was such a bad actor, it put people in our unhoused, our most vulnerable residents in bad situations. There's no doubt about that. And what did the Downtown Partnership do? They fired them. I want y'all to realize that the Downtown Partnership is very much a partner to us. And they saw a problem and they addressed it. And they addressed it by hiring a new company, Civicity, who I don't know who's looked it up yet, but I definitely invite you to look up their records in other cities, look at their track record for de-escalation tactics specifically, and think about that as you're considering your vote for this. If that is your inflection point on if you're going to vote yes or no, we have a commitment to this city to keep it safe. And whether we like it or not, this city runs on tourism. And these tourists come to downtown. Recently, I think it was Billboard, I don't even know if it's called Billboard Magazine anymore, or if it's just Billboard, mentioned that Bridgestone Arena is now 10th nationally for gross revenue. They're 18th globally. And I mention that because there's always people coming in to downtown, 20,000 people on any given night. And all of those people are frequenting the businesses downtown. They're buying $15 drinks and $20 drinks at bars. And we get a chunk of that to fund the projects that the people in the back were talking about tonight. So I urge you to support this because we owe it to this city to keep it safe. And the last thing that I will say as well, especially around our unhoused friends, because it's just, that is a really, really soft spot for me. The Downtown Partnership has a de-escalation policy. And I learned that because I took a ride along with them last year, and I encourage all of y'all to do the same thing. Anytime that they see an unhoused person having an interaction with a police officer, they automatically intervene. They automatically start to de-escalate that situation. Thank you.
All right, next in the queue, Councilmember Vo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Tonight I rise in opposition to this resolution. For me, just like my colleague just said, Civicity, if it has a large track record, in my research, it said that it was launched in 2026. So for me, it might be part of an organization that has decades of experience, but it itself was only launched this year. So I have lots of questions. I'm not sure how you can have a track record if you just were started a few months ago. And, you know, for me, I just have multiple other concerns. We all the time in Metro government have to work on RFPs, and we always have to, you know, try to find the best bid. And I just want to understand, did the CBID and did they do the same thing? And if so, I'd just like to understand how that process went. But I definitely don't feel comfortable, and especially with the 20 years of finances, I don't feel comfortable also passing that tonight. So I just ask my colleagues to consider this and before voting. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Councilmember Stiles. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm rising in support. I also have a CBID in my district, and I look forward to being able to use it for many of the things that my constituents ask for, which is safety and beautification and a variety of other things that this CBID currently provides downtown that we as a city are not able to do. We do not have in NDOT a bunch of trucks that are coming out and cleaning the sidewalks and getting rid of vomit and a variety of other things every single night. We can't, well, I guess we could. We just haven't prioritized that. And I think when we have tourists coming, it does matter. When they come and they see filthy streets, they're telling people, don't go to Nashville. And we do survive very much on our tourists. We have residents and tourists. Everyone is important. But to act as if they are a problem because they are handling scenarios that we actively are not, I don't think that that's right. The CBID can be a very beneficial thing. I think that we should support Councilmember Coopin in his efforts for this CBID. And if there are questions that you have, by all means, I mean, we have certainly passed things with people having questions and still said, oh, it sounds like a good idea, we're going to move forward. Why is this any different? Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Councilmember Nash. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My sense is this is kind of the first year that we've decided we've got to approve their budget, although it was in ordinance previously. So here we are for the kind of the first go-round. They have obviously heard us because they've made some changes. And I think we're going to have a better sense of how this new process is going to work and how the new security thing is going to work if we go ahead and pass this budget and watch over this next year. Kind of say, we're not going to give you a budget, we're not let you go forward, except on your old money, but we're still going to try and find out what you're doing, I think is kind of opposite of what we want to be doing. Let's give them a chance to get started. New process, we'll watch them, and if we don't like it, we got to vote next year.
All right, next in the queue is Councilmember Porterfield. Madam Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yesterday, there was a really interesting conversation in Budget and Finance in which myself and my colleague, Councilmember Quinn Evans-Siegel, voted against this legislation. And I just wanted to speak to a few reasons why I voted against it, in addition to the concerns that my colleague lifted up. There was conversation around the secondary employment unit, and the work by the secondary employment unit will be done by THP, the Tennessee Highway Patrol. And we noted that there had been concerns about behavior from various entities, various patrol members from the THP. I'm going to come back to that point. Another concern was civicity, which is, I guess, an offshoot of block by block. There was concerns, a concern for me about this being a no-bid contract. But I want to quote some things from an article in the Banner that was written by our very own Stephen Elliott, who's sitting right here to my left, and three things from the article that I really wanted to highlight. Let me pull that back up here. Three things from the article that I wanted to highlight. One, when asked about THP's work with federal immigration agents last year, in which troopers ignored traffic violations, cited broken English and other demographic markers when turning people over to ICE, Turner said that he remained confident in THP officers. So even though we have video evidence of the work of the officers, they're saying that they still are confident in those officers. We have confidence that THP will address those issues that arise with us or anyone else. I don't have confidence that this will be addressed. There was another concern about, again, Block by Block, which was an entity that was just started this year. We're hearing so much about like their track record, but this was an entity that was started just a couple of months ago. But I also wanted to lift up that MPD confirmed that Block by Block kept fuel in the library parking garage that blew up. So we're saying that we have confidence in THP, even though we see what the THP officers have done. We're saying that we have confidence in a company that held fuel in our library that in essence blew up our library, that definitely didn't keep us safe. So if we know that this entity has done this, what more do we need to vote against this when we see that they've literally blown up our parking garage? And this doesn't make everything go away. We want downtown people to be safe, residents and tourists. If we vote this down, the board just has to bring back another budget that we'll approve. So we're not saying that we're going to vote down everything, but we are saying bring us something back that's going to keep our residents and our tourists safe. So I'm voting against this, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote against it as well.
All right, next in the queue is Councilmember Ellis. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to throw up a flag, and not sure the procedure on this, but my colleague had mentioned that Solaren was a bad actor, and I'm not standing up to defend them, but I would like to see the receipts for who bought those bus tickets to ship out those unhoused people who the Nashville Downtown Partnership hired. So I want to see some receipts before moving this thing along. So if I were to file an open records request, would I be able to get those documents from the Nashville Downtown Partnership or through the CBID?
I can address that to Special Counsel Wilson.
Councilmember, the Downtown Partnership is technically a separate organization from the CBID. They are a private organization. They are not subject to open records.
Got it. So if the CBID has contracted services with a vendor, could I get the records of that contracted service provider through the CBID since they're getting taxpayer money?
Special Counsel.
I can't speak to what records the CBID may or may not have, but the CBID is, at least in part, semi-governmental, so that would be different than asking Downtown Partnership directly.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to pump the brakes just for the record and be a no vote on this until I can get some more records for myself. I don't want to rubber stamp this.
All right. Next is Councilmember Evans. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am standing to speak in favor of the CBID tonight. This was I would say, a very lengthy conversation that started from last term when the late Jason Steen would message me about things that our the previous vendor of the CBID was doing in downtown. And so over time, there were a lot of rabbit holes that I personally chased down, kind of related to this process. And I think that the outcome of the council member who raised, the concern about the budget, red flag and the approval process, I think, I wish we had all known that a lot earlier and we could have started having that conversation, back, when some of those details were emerging over time. I'm grateful that we learned all of it and that we now have a budget, that we have had an opportunity to have the CBID and Downtown Partnership team speak in front of the Budget Committee. And I feel like that will be a process that carries on as long as Metro Council exists and as long as this relationship exists. And so I'm looking at this as a fresh start with commitments that have been made in a public setting on a recording, and I'm choosing to kind of give this relationship and dynamic another opportunity because we have the mechanism as a result of that work to bring this budget to the council to be able to follow up and enforce it in a very different way than we had previously because we were ignorant to how it should have been done. So anyway, I'm grateful to the budget chair for her bringing that forward, to the council member who identified that this was an issue, but I'm also going to choose to let's give this another opportunity and start from scratch and see if we can have a better experience this time.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Next is Councilmember Suara. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say on record some of the things that I said in budget yesterday, as well as some of the private conversations that's gone on that it's been alluded to, but I just want to make sure that all of that is put on record, especially for follow-up and for accountability. Like I shared yesterday in budget, there were 3 things that bothers me or that concerns me about downtown safety, security, and the conversations that we've had over this past several months. The three, the on-house population, the third one is just general security downtown, and then the third one is THP slash HICE. So when this whole conversation started, one of the things that I did was talk to some of the partners that work on because last time when we were talking about this, it was the on-house population piece that was very, very troubling for most of us. And so that was the area that I wanted to make sure that we address first. And so talking to Open Table and talking to Downtown Partnership and also talking to Chief Swan, there is now movement to make sure that there's a proposal that will address how our on-house population will be treated downtown. The proposal should be today, tomorrow, Wednesday is when the chief said, but there is movement along making sure that people are not just jailed or people are not harassed because they are on-house, and to make sure that we have mental health services downtown. So that's on that, and that's being worked on, and I think we should make sure we follow up on that. It's very critical. The next one is just general security downtown. One of the questions that I asked Chief Drake was, if we have an entertainment district, we have a unit downtown, why do we need a private company to deal with security? And the chief said it's because they're understaffed. But he did say during his budget hearing that his goal is that is where we move to, and that's what he would like to see happen. The downtown people also said this, that they would love to see us move towards that model. So I think what we need to keep working on between now and the next budget is how do we fully fund that entertainment district so that it is MMPD that is there and not a private company. And then lastly on THP, this is the one that gives me the most in all the conversation, because when you think about everything that's happened and we're just 1 year into the ICE raid in Nashville, it's a lot of support through THP, and the private company will be using THP officers, and that's something that I found troubling. But in light of all the conversation that's going on, in light of finding people to do it and MMPD doing it, I do believe that our goal and what we all should be working on is making sure that we don't have private organization and that we're not using THP. THP law is just so different. It's the Tennessee law that allows on-house people to be arrested for being on public spaces. I think that's just too much for us to bear, and that's where we need to go. So the whole point of all this conversation is just to talk about where we are, what's going on, what we need to do, and what we need to continue to make sure that the chief and everybody's working on how do we keep downtown safe without private policing.
Thank you. Mr. Coopin, I appreciate your kind of waiting until the end of the queue so your other colleagues could say something and you could bring up the rear. Would you, Ms. Allen? I'm going to recognize you since the sponsor already spoke earlier. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to build on a couple of things that my colleagues have said. First of all, I do want to point out that the CBID is funded by two sources. One is the sales tax that was referred to, but the larger piece is the property assessment that the individual downtown owners, property owners who have chosen to pay this additional assessment are paying for, and they are part of the group that that decides what their definition of safe is. I hope they hear us loud and clear that we would like for them to broaden their definition of safe, and I believe that they have the ability to do that, but it does require a board change to do that, not the people that were here answering the questions yesterday. So I think this is our way to send a message to that board that we consider safe, that the streets are safe from an infrastructure standpoint as well as from a policing standpoint. And I also want to just echo the statements that have made here. This is that because this scrutiny has been put on this process, a lot of good things have happened. I mean, the importance of looking at both how the budget is reviewed. We now have a process in place to do that. We've also called for accountability on all the security encounters that happen downtown. And I would, again, encourage the organization to provide us not just with annual reports on what their security encounters look like, but they had given us a quarterly one, and I would like to see those submitted quarterly as well. That's not something that's baked in, but changes have happened because of the robust conversations that we've had. I appreciate all the homework that my colleagues have done into looking into how this process has worked. It has not been perfect, but it has, I think, improved significantly because of this scrutiny. And I think that the CBID organization, Downtown Partnership, are all aware of the things that are important to us, and that we will continue to push for those changes to be made. So as other council members have said, I'm willing to give them a chance to put this in place and to continue to work on making this process better now that we've had a really good chance to explain the issues that are important to us.
All right, thank you, Ms. Allen. Sponsor Coupon, I'm going to come back to you because I do not believe you used all your time to start to pull it together, but please make it quick, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. And so I just want to address quite a few things that were said. First of all, last year at the expansion conversations, one thing that was brought up is that I am the ex officio member representing the council on the DMC board and NDP board. And I took that to heart, and I took that really seriously as my job to represent everybody here. And that's the work I've been doing over the last year in pushing NDP, on the things that the council has deemed important. And that's why, again, recently I had Tom Turner and Lindsay Krings with Open Tables sitting across from each other discussing ways to partner on downtown safety that's not police-based, right? We're seeing that progress. We have the budgets before us, which we haven't had for 2 decades, right? So we are seeing forward progress. We are seeing movement. I completely agree with Councilman Evan Siegel. My heart breaks talking to the families. I talk to the families of the people that die on our streets and die on our roadways, and nobody's heart breaks more than mine when I get to do that. So I take that very seriously. I was part of some great conversations with Downtown Partnership and NDOT on some quick build for Connect Downtown and other things like that. And then Director Alarcon left, and those have stalled out. And I recently have been reinvigorating those. A bid is supposed to supplement services. It's not supposed to replace services. And I think my position's been clear that we are failing as a city downtown and throughout the city. Vision Zero pedestrian deaths are up across our city, and we need to do more. A bid should support, should supplement, should add some funds to that, but they shouldn't be the only one held responsible when that fails. And so I think that we are failing as a city to keep our roads safe, and we're watching people die on our watch. And so I think that the bid, again, and I would encourage them to supplement it, but not to be fully taking it over. But at the end of the day, to me, this is about 22,000 residents, 22,000 people that support a budget and support the bid and support this budget. It's a little concerning to me that I hear references to 11 o'clock at night, and as if this is last minute. This bill was first made public on May 13th when the NDP appeared for a budget committee. There have been weeks of conversation. Councilman Suara and I, at some of these meetings, have had conversations. Through NDP, have had conversations. So to hear some of this concern come up literally in the 11th hour is concerning to me, concerning my constituents. I appreciate the concerns. My commitment is still to be your ex officio member, is still to work on your concerns. I was telling someone earlier today that even if this passes, this is not the end. Holding a budget over somebody's head, to me, is not the way to make progress here. It's to continue to collaborate, to continue to partner. I will continue to push. That's my promise to everyone here. There's more work to be done. There's more things to be addressed. But again, a vote against this bill is telling 22,000 people that put money into our budget, millions of dollars into our budget, telling them that we don't care, we don't trust them, and that we know better. And I just think that's not fair.
Right. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to the vote. Mr. Clerk, this is a resolution. Several members have declared from the floor that they will be voting no. If we have but one no vote on a resolution, we do have to be on the board by rule. And so, Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote, sir. Colleagues, this requires 21 votes for passage. Everyone voted. With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Mr. Clerk, This seems to be the second time we've encountered this issue. Can you confirm, and special counsel, can you confirm that this does indeed require 21 votes for passage? Special counsel?
Vice Mayor, under ordinance number 098, 1270, future annual budgets submitted by the District Management Corporation may be approved by resolution by 21 affirmative votes of the Metropolitan Council.
All right, I saw 20 affirmative votes. I did not catch the remainder of the vote. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the vote, sir, for the record?
20 votes in favor, 8 against, and I believe there were two abstentions.
Okay, 20 votes in favor, 8 against, and 2 abstentions. And this resolution has failed. All right, next is agenda item 11. This is resolution 2026-2004, sponsor Toombs and Hill. This is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, excluding employees of the Board of Health, the Board of Education, and the Police and Fire Departments, effective July 1. Sponsor Toombs, Madam Budget Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted to recommend to defer to the June 16th meeting. 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, so that's effectively a one meeting deferral to a regular meeting, the June.
Because we didn't want to confuse it with the June.
No, I appreciate that, June 16th meeting. Okay. And for the report of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee, Chair Hill, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We recommended one meeting deferral.
Shh, colleagues. Hey, I'm not sure what's going on because I'm focused on committee reports, but let's please. Okay. Colleagues, everybody, deep breath. Hey. No, we're not doing that. If people want to have a calm discussion off the floor, that's fine. If we ever say take it outside in this room, that means for a substantive calm discussion in the hallway. That does not mean for any escalation of tempers and feelings in here. Colleagues, from a professional perspective, okay, look, we need to get it together, okay? Everybody take a deep breath. It is very late. You have all been very patient. I know that was probably an outcome that was not anticipated, and thus some folks are emotional about that. But we need to maintain our professionalism. We are in the middle of a committee report. We owe the respect to our constituents and the people who have spent the time here this evening. We need to proceed through our agenda. We're talking about pay plans. Pay plans matter. Let's make sure that we keep them on track with the budget and renew our focus so that we can hopefully proceed and get on out of here by midnight, okay? Is everyone sufficiently calm to proceed at this juncture? Okay, all right. Madam Chair, I apologize. I believe perhaps you were mid-report for government operations.
Yes, on 2004, defer one meeting, 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. With that, per Rule 8.1, that will be deferred by rule. Having that track with the budget, it will be taken up at the meeting of June 16th. Next is Agenda Item 12. We have a series of pay plans here. Resolution 2026-2005. Sponsors Toombs, Huffman, and Hill. This is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for the employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health, effective July 1, 2026. Chair Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted to recommend a deferral to the June 16th meeting. 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended a deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of the Government Operations Committee, again, Chair Hill.
We recommended one meeting deferral, 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, then by Rule 8.1, This is an automatic deferral by rule to the meeting of June 16th. Next is Agenda Item 13, Resolution 2026-2006, sponsor Toombs, Huffman, and Hill. This is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Departments of Police and Fire, effective July 1, 2026. Sponsors Toombs, Huffman, and Hill again. Budget Chair Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted to recommend a deferral to the June 16th meeting. 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like Public Health and Safety recommended a deferral, 1 meeting, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, to the meeting of June 16th. And for the report of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee, Chair Hill, please, ma'am.
We recommended 1 meeting deferral, 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, so by Rule 8.1, this is a mandatory deferral by rule to the meeting of June 16th. That is our regular meeting, so not to the meeting of June 9th, which is a special called meeting, okay? All right. Okay, next is Agenda Item 15. Resolution 2026-2008, sponsors Toombs, Hill, Huffman, Ewing, and Swara. This is a resolution approving an application for a comprehensive opioid, stimulant, and substance abuse use site-based program grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to the Metro government, acting by and through the Metro Beer Board to implement a pilot of a sobering and stabilization center to provide a coordinated community-based response for individuals experiencing substance-related crises and reduced reliance on emergency departments and incarceration by creating a safe, appropriate diversion option. Ms. Toombs, sponsor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval. 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And for the report of the Government Operations Regulations Committee, Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We recommended a 1 meeting deferral, 3 in favor, 2 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And then for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, but with the 1 meeting deferral in committee for GovOps, Rule 8.1 applies such that that will be a mandatory deferral by rule. Again, this will be to the meeting of June 16th. Okay, next, well, no, we took that, we put that back on consent, so not that one. 23, Agenda Item 23, Resolution 2026-2016, sponsors Toombs, Huffman, and Ewing. This is a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metro government, acting by and through the Office of Family Safety to host a Tennessee Family Justice Centers statewide conference to enhance the statewide network of Family Justice Centers and increase the capacity and skill of statewide teams. Ms. Toombs, Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval. 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, all righty. So I'm not sure why that was not on consent. But if we could be back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion, please.
Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, you have adopted this resolution. I believe there were abstentions in committee, which explains its removal from consent. No worries. Okay, now we are at bills. That concludes our resolutions. Now we are on bills on introduction and first reading. By rule, all items on first reading shall be voted on at the same time unless requested otherwise by a primary sponsor or by 2 other members. Do any items need to be removed from the collective vote? Okay, Ms. Evans, I see you there in the queue now. You are recognized. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I apologize because I was not prepared with the number, but I just need to Thank you. Item number 37, Councilmember Horton's bill.
Okay, would you also like to remove its companion 38 that requires certain materials?
Sure.
They have to
Actually,
track
if they have
together?
to, okay, yeah, that's fine.
They do, ideally, they track together. Okay. Okay, so 37 and 38, let's see, you are not the primary sponsor. Are there two members that would seek to have that removed? Okay, I see several seconds. Okay, that will be taken off of first reading. Do any other items need to be removed from the collective first reading vote? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion for approval of all items remaining on first consideration? Okay, it's properly seconded. Without objection, you have approved all items on first reading. All right, now we will go back to those two pulled items. Again, they are companions to each other. First among them is agenda item 37, ordinance BL 2026-1391, sponsors Horton, Porterfield, Gadd, Huffman, Welsh, Toombs, Prep-T, Benedict, Spain, Parker, Weiner, Vo, Bradford, Coopin, Ewing, Johnston, Sepulveda, Evans, Cortez, and Hill. This is an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws to add various new data center uses and related definitions and conditions to the zoning code. And its companion, agenda item 38, ordinance BL 2026-1392, sponsor Horton. This is an ordinance that requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings referred to or related to 1391. Okay, sponsor Horton, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval, please.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay. All right, we're on to discussion. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that the sponsor has brought forth a very important piece of legislation that is probably very overdue. We also have another bill that is late filed. And the reason why I asked for this one to come off of consent is primarily because of the late filed nature of the other piece of legislation, that it's possible that two people or more will raise their hands to remove that item or not allow it to proceed to, to be considered on first reading. And so I think, one of the things that I feel like is important, especially in the heightened tension that we have just witnessed in our body, is to really think through, even if you don't agree with the bill, if you don't agree, with maybe the direction of something, being able to have a conversation as a body, I think is really important, especially when we're a diverse council of 40 people with different views, experiences, et cetera. But I think we will all be unified about this topic. And so I think that there's aspects of the late filed legislation that are important to consider. And so I just hope that everyone will give this topic the due consideration as we pass this piece of legislation, to also consider, the CEO of Nashville Zoo and his perspective about the late filed bill as well. So that's all. I'm in total support of the direction that we're headed. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on the motion, the consolidated motion to approve 37 and 38, which are on introduction and first reading? Ms. Weiner, do you seek to be recognized? Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
You're
Great.
live.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be brief, I promise. We really don't have to choose between these two bills and the bill that's late filed. We need them all. We need to make sure that we cut any opportunity out in the imminent future so that we can work our way through the long-term picture of the bills that we have filed, that we have before us right now. We need to think collectively. We need to think in terms of short-term as well as long-term, excuse me. And so we need to protect the zoo. We need to protect the proposed potential neighbors of any new data centers that could come on board without a moratorium, as we'll discuss shortly. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Again, this is a motion to approve on 37 and 38. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm not in support of these bills at this time, not because they're not needed. I think they are, but I do think that the upcoming bill gives us an opportunity, to Councilmember Evans' point, to have more robust conversation as a body to figure out what are all the things that we'd like to see when we're discussing what the future of data centers look like here in Nashville. So to take a moment to pause, breathe, reassess, make sure everything is in line, and then create some new ordinances, I think it's a wise move. So I would be a no on these. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll speak very briefly. I rise in support of this legislation. I would ask my colleagues to support this legislation as well. I know that it's been several references to a late filed, to some late filed legislation that'll be coming up, but this is amendable. So if there are things that people want to see that are not currently in that, this can be amended on future readings. So I'm standing in support. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, we'll move to the vote. All in favor of approval on first of 3 readings of this Title 17 bill, which is amendable in the future and can be deferred multiple times. 3738, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, all right. Several no's, that's fine. It passes first reading. 37 and 38 have passed their first reading, even though there is some no votes. Okay, all right. Ms. Lee, were you were an abstention? Okay. All right. Now, as just touched upon, is agenda item, or rather section N, late bills, N1, unnumbered, is an ordinance declaring a temporary moratorium upon the acceptance, processing, approval, and issuance of zoning, building, or grading permits for data center developments on property within Nashville and Davidson County. Sponsors Johnston, Huffman, Bradford, Evans, Coupin, Eastlick, Ellis, Rutherford, Stiles, Spain, Wiener, Nash, Webb, Druffel, and Gregg. In the absence of the primary sponsor, does the second sponsor seek to be recognized? Mr. Huffman, your second sponsor on this bill, do you seek to be recognized for potential suspension of the rules?
Yes, I'd like to consider a suspension of the rules with the body.
Okay, so there's been a motion to suspend the rules. Chair Cash, did you take up the late filed nature of this in your committee?
Yes, we did. We voted to approve the late filing and voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 1 did not vote.
Okay. So having heard the request of the second sponsor and the report of Chair Cash, is there any objection to a suspension of the rules? Okay, it just takes 2. And so the rules are not suspended, meaning that this bill will not proceed on first reading at this time, but it can be timely filed for our next agenda. Okay? Next, we're on to bills on second reading that were not on consent. First among those is agenda item 76, ordinance BL 2026-1356, sponsors Toombs, Evans, Siegel, and Benton. This is an ordinance amending chapter 2.24.225 of the Metro Code of Laws to modify appraisal requirements for certain real estate acquisitions made by the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure, aka NDOT, and for Choose How You Move projects. Chair Toombs, you're recognized to get the committee reports and then the bill before us, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report, Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as substituted, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Chair Evans Siegel. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm trying. I just had a butterfinger. It was not your fault, Councilmember Allen. The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee voted, and this is 1356, voted in favor of the substitute, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and to approve as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, with those committee reports in, it's back to you, Chair Toombs, for a motion to get the bill before us, please.
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, back to you.
Like to move the substitute.
Second for that motion. Anything you want to say about the substitute?
It changes the fees.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Very cogent. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? On the substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, and if an abstention, this is on the substitute motion, Ms. Stiles. So the substitute has passed and is on the bill. If you would please renew your motion.
Move for approval as substituted.
Okay, second for that. All right. Any discussion on that? Okay, there's a motion to approve as substituted on second of 3 readings. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Ms. Stiles, that's an abstention there. Okay, you'll be recorded as an abstention. All right. Next on second reading is agenda item 79. Okay, ordinance BL 2026-1381, sponsor Coupon. This is an ordinance approving the fiscal year 2027 Gulch Central Business Improvement District. Councilmember Coupon, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 7 in favor, 2 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right. It's back to you, Mr. Coupon, for a motion to get the bill before us.
Move approval.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. So we're on to discussion, but you have the floor first. You want to go to the queue? Okay. Councilmember Porterfield, you're first in the queue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thanks,
sorry, that's me. Go ahead.
It's all good. Thank you. Yesterday I had a question that I asked publicly and I did get the answer. So I just wanted to speak it into the record. The question that I asked was around safety and if we knew was any of the money for this going to THP or Civicity or any of those other things. And it is not. The money is going to the Downtown Partnership Safety Ambassadors. So I just wanted to get that information on the record for anyone that may be wondering. So thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Let's see. I guess we'll try it by voice to start because this is, it's a bill in second rather than a resolution. Okay. All in favor of this ordinance on its second of 3 readings, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, this is passed its second of 3 readings. Next, we're moving into third reading items, none of which, all of them were on consent. And so with that, that concludes this evening's agenda. Our next council meeting will be a special called meeting on Tuesday, June 9th to take up the capital improvements budget. The joint special called meeting will be at 5 p.m. and the main meeting with a very brief agenda will start at 6. There will be no announcements portion. Is there a motion to adjourn? We are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.